We're live.
All right, thank you. So good morning, everyone that I can see and those who are viewing elsewhere. This is day 2 of a meeting of the Water Resources Commission. It is Friday, March 18th, 2022 at 8 o'clock. And I'm just going to launch into the first agenda item, which is legislative and budget update. Raquel Rancière and Lisa Snyder and Bryn Hudson will be presenting.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Raquel Rancière, and I'm the Deputy Director of Strategy and Administration for the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm joined today with Bryn Hudson. Bryn, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself and make sure your mic is working?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Bryn Hudson. I'm the Legislative Coordinator for the Oregon Water Resources Department.
Okay, and let's go to Lisa Snyder.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Snyder, and I am the Administrator for the Administrative Services Division.
Great. Bryn, next slide. So today we'll be providing you with a quick overview of the 2021 second special session, as well as the 2022 legislative session. As you heard from Director Byler yesterday, the agency has a number of projects from the 2021 session, and we've actually received additional projects from the 2021 second special session, which happened in December, as well as the 2022 legislative session. So we'll be providing you with a brief snapshot today of some of the work that's coming from those two sessions. And then we'll be transitioning into, and where we want to spend most of our time is actually looking ahead. It never stops. So we're looking ahead now to the 2023 legislative session. And we'll be talking with you all about the legislative concept development as well as budget development process. Bryn, next slide. Okay, so the 2021 second special session occurred back in December. We haven't seen you all since then, so we wanted to give you an update. During that session, there was a number of investments in drought. We're not going to focus on what went to other agencies today, but I'll just note that there was a number of funding packages that went to other agencies pertaining to drought. In regards to drought and wildfire that came to our agency, there was $300,000 provided for a drought vulnerability assessment. And so this is contract work. And this really follows up on a recommendation from the 2016 Drought Task Force that some of you may recall we did. It was a result of House Bill 4113. And essentially, one of the recommendations in that task force report was to provide resources for assessments of drought impacts, risks, and vulnerabilities on in-stream and out-of-stream sectors in order to better prepare for, respond to, and recover from drought. So we'll be looking at doing a drought vulnerability assessment, both to assess vulnerabilities to drought, both on in-stream and out-of-stream sectors. In addition, there was also an additional $3.75 million allocated for the well repair, replacement, and abandonment fund, and for 3 staff, limited duration staff, to assist with that fund. So this fund was passed actually in the 2021 session, and there was additional funding provided during the 2021 session. So this is really an add to that, and really direction from the legislature to prioritize work on this fund and to prioritize the initial funding for domestic wells that were impacted by drought and wildfire. So that is, you'll hear all about that later today. So we won't talk much more about that other than to just note that this was additional funding and direction that we received during the legislative session. And so that's shifted some of our priorities as well. And then finally, there was $5 million allocated for essentially cannabis enforcement. And within this package, when we developed the package, it was a very, very quick turnaround And we didn't really have the opportunity to get input from stakeholders on this. So very quick turnarounds, limited time for folks to testify on it. And within this package, when we developed it, we really tried to think about the full complex and suite of needs that we needed to successfully address cannabis enforcement issues. And so you'll see here, we have assistant water masters in this package. Currently, there's 14 assistant water masters included in the package. There's a policy position. We haven't been able to move forward on some of our enforcement policies because we just haven't had the capacity. Communications, we want to be proactive about informing the public and new users about what the law is. And as you all know, we haven't had a communications shop in the 2021 session. We were successful at getting one person. And with this, this will also add an additional position, as well as a bit of funding for us to do that proactive outreach and translations, which we're really seeing as a need, particularly with cannabis, where we have a lot of folks that have never been involved in farming or have never been involved with the water rate system here in Oregon. And then there's some other positions in there, for example, a hydrologist, which will take some of the burden off of field staff in terms of processing records. There was a few pieces of this package, though, that as on the final day of session, right, because it was I think it was a 3-day session, essentially, maybe 1-day session, and things started to come out 2 days beforehand, and the public hearing was before it officially started. And so the two things that were identified as areas where we needed to have further conversations was, one, we received funding for an enforcement section. And so we currently have staff that do enforcement work in our Salem office. You all may know them as Chris Bird and Buffy. And they both are also part of the well, currently it's called the Well Construction and Compliance Program. And that program is overseeing all of the well work. Buffy's position does well licensing. And so as you can see, as we get more work, they're often a bottleneck already in terms of the increased workload we've seen on cannabis we haven't been able to pursue. So with that, and with the addition of all these additional water masters that will be working on cannabis, and we're going to see an increase there. So we'll need to have those staff that are able to do the processing on that front. So we're talking with stakeholders about that. We've got some proposals there to do a bit of a modification to that package that I hope will bring some comfort to folks, but allow us to move forward. And we're still in conversations about that. So we'll see where that one goes. And then there's also, we had included some funding for Open ET in this package. And I think there's been some concerns about that being used from a regulation standpoint and being in a regulation package. So we're actually proposing some repurposing of that into water master related staffing. So we'll be having those conversations, I hope, with stakeholders next week. And that one's still a bit in flux here. So with that, I'll pause for questions. I see we have one question here.
Yeah, Commissioner Mall.
Just real quick, a question and a comment. I don't know what Open ET is.
Okay. Yeah, Open ET, you may recall we've talked about it in the sense of it is a open source platform, I guess you could say. I'm probably going to butcher this, by the way, that essentially they publish evapotranspiration data. So it's not really, I don't know how to describe it as open source, but they are publishing in an accessible way evapotranspiration data. Does that ring a bell now?
Perfect.
Okay.
I thought it was something related to staffing or something.
No.
The thing I wanted to do, I think this is the perfect example, hearing about staffing bottlenecks and capacity limitations, which I understand completely, fully, how challenging it can be. I just want to encourage staff, Tom, especially, this is exactly the kind of place where I feel like it would be to everyone's benefit to, in these packages and just in our thinking, try to build in discretion for staff to use some of these funds potentially to do things like share with partner organizations that have current capacity. Some of us received a report from, I think, a former employee of the SWCD down in Southwest Oregon. That was a really in-depth look at this. I have no idea where that was funded. It was probably funded internally. I don't know, but it seems like if we can get more discretion for staff, for field staff, managerial level or others, to use some of these funds as they come forward quickly by re-granting it or supporting other organizations that have capacity in those communities, I think it would really help. Thanks.
Chair Reeves and Commissioner, thank you for that comment. I think there is some flexibility in terms of how we're considering repurposing some of these funds here. We're thinking about it more from a communications and legal expenses standpoint in terms of the remaining funding. I think that I know our staff down in Southwest Oregon, we've received that report, we're reviewing it. We've also received data from other folks in the community that have been working on this. I think the one piece that we, where we can't, outsource is enforcement, right? Those are obviously our responsibilities and we can't outsource those responsibilities and have someone else doing that enforcement. But certainly opportunities to partner, we're looking at, we are working with law enforcement. We're working with the Oregon Department of Agriculture. We're working with the Oregon Liquor. Oh, they changed their name. It's still OLCC. So Oregon Liquor and Cannabis Commission, I think is what they're going with today. So, we are working with partners, and we know that there's certainly active and interested parties in the community.
Commissioner Lee, do you have a question as well?
Yes, I was wondering if this is the same bill that includes water hauling, or is that a separate piece of legislation?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner, that is a great question. And that is going to be our next slide, because that was passed during the 2022 session. And Bryn is going to tell you all about it.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, I think we can move on to the next slide then. And I'm going to hand it off to Bryn.
Chair Reeves, members of the commission, good morning. Again, my name is Bryn Hudson, for the record, I'm the legislative coordinator for the Oregon Water Resources Department. I'm going to start off by giving a quick overview of the 2022 short session. We've been busy with the special and short sessions. So for just a quick refresher, even numbered years are accompanied by a 5-week-long legislative session. So this 2022 short session started in February, so February 1st, and then concluded on March 4th. And over 250 bills were introduced, and we tracked about 90 of those, primarily due to their relating to clause. Attachment 1 provides essentially a list of the high priority bills that were passed during the session that either impact the Water Resources Department directly, impact natural resource agencies more broadly, so essentially just kind of give charges to all natural resource agencies, or essentially impact some of our administrative functions. So that's in attachment 1. That provides a pretty good summary of essentially what was passed that is most relevant to the department. As Commissioner Lee alluded to, House Bill 4061 is one bill that we worked particularly closely with the legislature on and was introduced by the House Agriculture, Land Use, and Water Committee. So this was House Bill 4061, and it largely focused on curbing water use on unlicensed cannabis sites. So I'm just going to give a really quick overview of the bill provisions and then kind of next steps as we move forward. So this bill increased criminal penalties for using water without a water right, and added penalties for hauling water or arranging to haul water to an unregistered cannabis operation that essentially had a plant count higher than what's allowable under law. So a very precise kind of policy that tries to get at those larger unregistered sites without targeting folks who may be doing home grows for medical purposes that don't need to be registered. So that's kind of the function of that policy. Additional criminal and civil penalties were also added for providing false information to the department or to law enforcement regarding water hauling. So this could include lying or providing written information about the source of hauled water. So providing false information on kind of where you got the water from. This could also include falsifying purchase receipts. So essentially providing receipts that don't exist, that didn't exist prior to you falsifying them on purchase records. There's also certain provisions that give the departments a few more tools. So one of these provisions extends the time that the department has to issue notice of violations from the point that a violation is observed. So currently we only have 5 days. This new bill gives us 10 business days to issue an NOV. And this will just really be helpful from a workflow perspective for our field and enforcement staff to essentially just manage all of these new formal enforcements that may result from the increased field staff that Raquel touched on from the short session or the special session. So we've got lots of new staff out there looking for illegal cannabis, and kind of extending this timeline will give our staff a little bit more time to process and issue NOVs. The bill also has several record retention requirements. So one portion of this requires water suppliers, so those who are selling bulk water to the public, to retain records and provide certain information on certain bulk water sales. There are some exceptions, including when water is being sold to state or local entities, when water is being sold for firefighting purposes, or when water is being sold to a contractor who is registered under the contractors board. Those are essentially exceptions to when record retention needs to occur. So that's for the supplier side of things. The other half requires persons hauling water for irrigation or nursery purposes to retain records of purchases and deliveries as well. So that is either a water hauling company, so someone whose job it is to haul water back and forth from a bulk site or from a bulk water sale site to a irrigation or nursery operation, or it could be somebody who owns or operates or works for a certain operation and is doing the hauling. So it's a twofold policy. I will flag that it was the legislature's intent to kind of have a precise policy that doesn't include everybody in this. So this is only for irrigation and nursery purposes. So if someone is hauling water for domestic drinking water, this does not apply to them. If somebody is hauling water for stock watering purposes, this does not apply to them. There's also civil penalties that may be issued for persons hauling water for irrigation or nursery purposes who essentially fail to retain those water hauling records or fail to essentially present those records to the department or law enforcement. So I'm going to pause before we jump into 2023 discussion to see if anyone has any questions or comments. Oh, one thing I forgot before we ask questions. I will flag that the provisions of this bill do go into effect in early June. So because there are so many provisions and additional penalties that may be subject under this bill, we are launching a pretty extensive outreach and engagement process and strategy to essentially partner up with our local communities and our partner agencies to get the word out and ensure that folks are educated and up to date on the new provisions of this bill, so everyone knows what's going into effect in early June, and everyone can come into compliance as quickly as possible. So with that, I will then pause.
Thank you, Bryn. I actually have a quick question. Does the water hauling, that applies to any crop, or is this focused on cannabis?
Chair Hughes, members of the commission, it is any crop
Okay.
but some of the records requirements requires water haulers to essentially define the crop. So it can be targeted at cannabis. I think the intent was to get at cannabis grows and help water haulers know where they are going to, whether it's a cornfield or a cannabis operation. So essentially asking for water haulers to then ask what crop they are delivering water for allows them to essentially do diligence to ensure that they're not hauling water to an unregistered site, essentially. So I believe that that was the intent of the legislative language. It's for all crops, so irrigation and nursery purposes, with the intent to kind of give water haulers a better tool to be able to identify when they are delivering to cannabis sites.
Okay. Let me see. Do any other commissioners have hands up? Yes, Commissioner Lee.
Yes, I know there's a very extensive problem in Southwest Oregon, but do you see problems in other areas of the state as well in regard to cannabis and water issues?
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I think that's a great question. And, I don't know if we have as extensive as problems as we're seeing down in the Southwest region of the state. It's a pretty extensive issue. We are seeing some water issues as it relates to cannabis creeping into and out of the Southwest region of the state as more attention is given to that area. I think the intent of this bill, kind of with extensive criminal and civil penalties, and then extensive investments in the department when it comes to field staff, is to try to essentially kind of squash those problems before they become out of control. So expanding field staff capacity, expanding our enforcement capacity. So, once we crack down in Josephine, Jackson County, those grows don't just pick up and move next door to other counties that maybe aren't prepared. So, the problem is not as extensive elsewhere, but we are seeing some of those problems creeping into other surrounding counties.
Raquel, did you want to add something? I think I see a hand.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, thank you. I'd like to add a couple things here. In regards to the question that was just asked, we do have, as Bryn had noted, the southwest part of the state is the most severe in terms of challenges. We have seen some challenges, though, in the Klamath area. We've seen some challenges in the Deschutes area. And then the northwest part of the state has also, again, not as many as the southwest region, but certainly has seen impacts there. And so part of this is the proactive work, which is educating new growers, right? So part of our challenge here is we have folks that want to be in compliance with the law, but they're not aware of it. And so we'll be working on that side with folks that are registered. And so registered sites, we did an audit of the OLCC sites down in Southwest Oregon, and not all of them. And you may recall from that audit that we presented to the commission, I think it was about 30% that we audited. So not of all of them, but 30% of the ones that we audited had water law violations. So there's that education component in terms of helping the industry understand Oregon water law. And then there's also the more criminal element. I want to be clear about the Water Resources Department's role. You'll note here that 2 of the new penalties or violations are criminal and are not civil. So I will note that because we want to be clear that the Water Resources Department is not Oregon's solution to all of the cannabis problems. There are safety issues for our staff. We do not carry weapons. We do not arrest folks. And so there is a role here for law enforcement. And so you'll see there's criminal penalties. I think a role for us is we can certainly work with the district attorneys, work with law enforcement, in terms of being able to pursue those criminal penalties where appropriate. But we're not going to be pursuing them in the same way as we would be pursuing, civil penalties, and where that's, our authority. So that's one thing I just want to note for folks. The other thing I would note is Bryn started to allude to this. This is going to be a big lift for us to implement. So this is another one of those things that, as we think about the projects list that you all heard about yesterday, that this is a new thing that's been inserted into our prioritization that has a 90-day time frame, right? So this is effective the 91st day, which is in June, following sine die. And as you can see here, it's going to be imperative that we do a lot of outreach and communication. We need to educate our field staff on what the law is. We need to educate law enforcement on what the law is. And then we also need to educate the water providers because there's new requirements for them. We need to educate the water haulers who have this as a business. And then we also need to educate those folks that are doing their own water hauling on top of it. So there's quite a bit of education and outreach that we're going to need to do here, as well as a bit of law interpretation. And it's going to be a big lift for us. So you may see that as we start to talk about our priorities here and what things we may not be able to do. This is certainly one factor that it's going to be a big priority for us in the coming months.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Looks like
Okay,
we can move to the next.
let's move on. Great. Okay, so we're going to shift gears a bit and we're going to launch into the 2023 legislative session and budget development. I'm going to give a quick overview essentially of the budget process, some new processes that we are required to implement as we develop our budget, and an overview of the legislative development process. And then we're going to really launch into some discussion around potential legislative concepts and budget packages that we should be considering and we think we should be considering moving forward to 2023. So we're going to start off with budget. So this may be a refresher for some of you and it may be new information for others, but it's really important for everybody to kind of understand essentially what the agency has the ability to make decisions on and how that information essentially gets moved forward throughout the process. So right now we are in the agency request budget process. So we start developing our budget now until it is due to the Department of Administrative Services on August 1st. So I'm not going to jump into a timeline. That'll be the next slide. I'll give a quick overview of what deadlines we need to look forward to. But essentially the agency request budget is a proposal. So we work with stakeholders, tribes, our commission to essentially identify resources that are needed and put forward those requests. We're not constrained in making these requests. We don't have to worry really about a balanced budget at this point. It's essentially a wish list that we provide to the Department of Administrative Services and the governor's office, who essentially then take that ARB, the agency request budget, and use governor's priorities, budget policies, other requests from other agencies to essentially make budget decisions and balance the budget. And what essentially results is the governor's recommended budget. So for those of you who have been around, that GRB is typically published in December. However, I do want to flag that because we are an election year, we will have a new governor. And that new governor will actually be able to have until February 1st of 2023 to publish their new budget. So we have a bit of a longer time frame on this go around because we will have a new governor. But essentially what the governor does is takes the ARB and DAS recommendations and tinkers with it and puts their own spin on it and their own priorities. And that's what we get is the GRB. And the GRB is essentially the starting point for executive branch employees for negotiations with the legislature once the session starts. So this budget then goes to the Joint Ways and Means Committee once the session starts, and we essentially work with them throughout the session to negotiate budget packages, tweak policies here and there, and educate them on what our agency does and what our needs are. They ultimately will then vote and pass the legislatively adopted budget, And at that point, the agency doesn't really have much control. We're just essentially kind of educating and lobbying legislators at that point. So that's kind of the process. We go from ARB to GRB to LAB. In terms of timeline, this is a general overview. We start engaging pretty early because we understand how much work really goes into developing a full budget. So January through March is really the idea timeline. We are working with stakeholders, tribes, getting feedback from our commission to refine our thoughts and essentially narrow this big list of potential budget asks that we can to essentially get feedback from folks to figure out where the priorities are. Once we hit April is when we essentially start whittling that list down, narrowing our focus and essentially refining the language, refining the numbers, and kind of working to get towards a list of concrete ideas. June 1st is essentially the date that we need to lock in the titles and essentially the prioritization of our policy option packages, or POPs, as you'll often hear us referring to, are essentially those budget requests. We call those POPs. So June 1st is when we need to figure out essentially what the titles are going to be and in what order we want to prioritize those from highest to lowest. June 15th, we close our feedback on narratives. So essentially, for those of you who have looked at a budget, we have the POPs, what the details are, and then essentially narratives describing the problem and how we plan to essentially implement and measure success. We get feedback on those narratives from stakeholders, tribes, and others. We have to finalize those by June 15th. And then another deadline looking forward is July 1st, and that's kind of when our numbers are locked in internally with DAS. So from there, August 1, we're kind of allowed to tinker a little more internally with those narratives. But essentially, August 1st is when the ARB is published. For those of you who have looked through an ARB, you'll know it's many, many pages with lots of complicated numbers and narratives. So what we'll typically do is we'll publish that, and we'll also pull out those POP narratives because that's typically what folks are really interested in. And we'll pull those out separately so folks can kind of target their reading and target their research on our budget. From there, summertime is really when we begin working with DAS and negotiating portions of the budget, clarifying assumptions and numbers and goals of funding packages. And then that is when in the winter time, so February 1 is the date I want everyone to remember this go around. February 1, 2023 is the deadline for the governor to release their recommended budget, and that'll be a new governor. And then in terms of once session starts, final budgets are typically considered by the legislature later on in the session. So ideally in the springtime is when we are presenting and then seeing what is passed in our budget and what isn't. A new process for our budget development that we are working through this year is the racial equity impact statement. And so this will be part of our recommended budget, or our request budget, excuse me. And more information about this is in the governor's diversity, equity, and inclusion plan, starting on page 35, I believe. So that's on our website, and we can provide that information to you if you really want to dig in. But essentially, the racial equity impact statement will allow us to apply a racial equity lens on budget development processes and assess essentially how different programs benefit or burden historically underserved communities. So we've been working with the governor's office to develop community engagement plans associated with this process. And this statement will help us address this further. So we're not expected to do this for every single POP or every single budget item, but rather programs identified under the governor's office. So in WRD's case, we are doing this for our place-based planning program. So we're looking to apply this to the budget request and the potential legislative concept that relates to planning. And we'll get into that in a little bit. So I do want to flag that, while this is, we've been assigned to do this for place-based planning in general, we are looking to essentially apply this racial equity lens to this program and throughout the entire agency, as we move forward. So more specifically, we're looking at place-based planning and defining equity outcomes and impacts, identifying, what data would be helpful in assessing those impacts of the program, and essentially, assessing who benefits from this proposal and who's burdened by it. So like I said, we're looking at this more specifically through place-based planning, but we are excited to learn from this process and kind of take this lens and apply it broader agency-wide as we develop our budget and legislative concepts. Oops, sorry about that.
Bryn, while you're getting back to where you
Sorry
were,
about that.
I see that Commissioner Mall has a question.
Great.
Do you want to ask your question now, Joe, or a comment? Or?
Either way, Bryn, if it doesn't get in the way of your flow, would you prefer that we waited till the end? I just didn't want to lose track.
If it's on particular budget items, we will have a discussion on that. But if it's a process question, I'm happy to answer your question now.
Great, thanks. Anticipating our June meeting, falling right in that period where the POPs have to become pretty firm. I can't remember how much in the narrative opportunity there is. For example, I'm just going to continue to beat this drum about discretion, about whether or not within a particular budget item, there can be a call for a discretionary portion, again, for staff. And I just don't remember, and maybe Raquel, this is a question for both of you, about where we can request and or push the boundaries on what traditionally has been very rigid funding restrictions. Does that make sense, my question?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner. So the budget process, we do have to do pricing, right? So we have to outline what we're proposing to do in terms of positions and if there's, other funding pots. So where the discretion really is how you put together that funding pot, for example, right? And how you describe it. So there is a little bit of discretion there. Agencies also can, administratively, if we have to repurpose funds, and we just have to be thoughtful about how we do that and make sure that we're communicating well with the legislature on that. I would check in to see if Director Byler, if he wants to add anything to that.
I think you're on point there, Raquel. For the record, Tom Byler with the department. There is, Commissioner Mall, I'm not sure I fully grasp the breadth of examples that might be in your mind around the discretion piece. So there may be some examples that I'm not thinking about as I'm responding. But there may be some ways through the budgeting process where we could build in some latitude that would allow for our staff to have more tools available to them to carry out their work through the budgeting process. So for example, kind of in a traditional mode, we might say, well, we've got a program that we need to deliver on. We need boots on the ground. We need staff to be able to do that. Well, if we just get the pricing associated with hiring that staff person and meeting the overhead costs and the salary costs and the benefits and all that, that's good. But that just gives us the position and wouldn't necessarily give that program or the person administering that program the latitude to be able to have some discretionary funds that could help them hire a facilitator or get a contractor to help them do some work. So I'm not sure if that's the scenario you're thinking about, but that's something that we could build into our thought process to make sure that we're really giving the full suite of tools to our staff as we go forward.
It's exactly what I'm thinking about, Tom, and the crossover with the equity impact statement. I appreciate place-based planning is one of the places, but for example, in the cannabis situation in the Southwest, I want to make sure, or I want to encourage us to make sure that someone in the field who increasingly is encountering, for example, people of Hispanic descent whose primary language is Spanish, to be able to say, oh man, I need a translator, or I need someone to translate these documents quickly and we didn't anticipate that. I want them to be able to do that on the fly without having to come back and request or really worry that it was outside the bounds of that. So it's exactly those sorts of things. I'm not talking about huge money, but just, you remember Pam Wiley, she always talked about it as walking around money, just making sure that while in community encountering problems or opportunities, you could act on them without having to think too much. So those exactly, thank you.
Great. Okay, so we're going to shift gears just a bit before we kind of launch into a broader discussion on legislative concept timelines. So these are similar to the budget process. And I will flag that when we say LC or legislative concept, what we're really talking about is the precursor to a bill or measure. So an LC is essentially the draft of a bill or a measure before it gets submitted to the legislature. So when we say LC, that's what we're talking about. So right now, between January and March, we are really beginning conversations and gathering feedback from stakeholders, tribes, and the commission on essentially, where we are wanting to go with LCs. What priorities do we have? What programs do we have sunsetting? What other work is going on that we might need to make some legislative action on? So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're in heavy feedback mode. April 15th is a fast approaching deadline, and that is essentially when LC language is due. There is one exception to that, which is our ability to submit placeholders. We don't love doing this, but sometimes we have to, just by nature of the fact that conversations happen at different times. Some issues are stickier than others, and that need more time to work through. But essentially what we can do is submit placeholders for bills and LCs on April 15th, and then we have until June 3rd to essentially kind of refine that language a little bit better and submit something a little more final in June. So once those deadlines pass, that language essentially needs to go through the Department of Administrative Services and the governor's office for approval. And if approved, that goes to Legislative Council. So this is essentially the folks at the legislative office that take our language and then essentially kind of formalize it a bit. And then those LCs essentially get developed into draft bills, and that language is then pushed back out to us. And we have about 2 weeks or 14 days to request revisions before September 30th. So we only get one revision. So we often sort of rely on this one revision to continue conversations with stakeholders and kind of get the bill to the best place before we have to file. So sometimes we don't get it perfectly and we have to submit the bill as is, but we really rely on that one revision to help us continue to have conversations with stakeholders and get a bill to be more camera ready. And we often take those conversations throughout session. I know it says that we're gathering input between January and March, but we really kind of continue those conversations throughout the session until the end, before those bills are finalized once the session begins. So now we are going to launch into kind of the meat of this. I know we're running out of time, but I'll go over some of the potential LCs that we're thinking of, and then we'll provide some time for feedback, and I'll move pretty quickly through this. So as I mentioned, we are in heavy feedback mode, both from commissioners, stakeholders, and tribes. And we're really interested in hearing your thoughts and ideas in regards to where you think we should be heading. We'll have the same conversation on budget as well. But as we kind of start talking about LCs, I just want to flag that we often have limited bandwidth each session to run legislation. So we typically try to limit ourselves to 5 LCs or 5 bills. So I want to keep that in mind for everybody. So attachment 3 that was in your meeting materials provides a high level overview of some of the ideas that we're considering, essentially based on sunset dates for programs or other work that we're undergoing and thinking of. So I'll just give a quick overview of what's in attachment 3. We received funding to facilitate work groups on both issues around transfers of stored water, as well as essentially working to address a more sustainable long-term funding model for some of our fee-supported programs. So those are work groups that we are working right now on getting stood up. And we also figured that it would just be prudent to essentially hold some space for those work groups, given that solutions are reached on those issues and they may have pieces of legislation that need to be moved forward. So those are 2 placeholders that we're considering. Another is on split season leasing. So essentially a split season in-stream lease allows water right holders to use water during part of the season and then lease the remainder of their water right in stream during the other part of the season. And this is a good tool when water right holders maybe don't want to fallow the land for the entire season. It's also great for restoration and conservation projects as well. That authority for us to implement that program sunsets on January 2nd of 2024. So we would need to move on that bill or on that program if we'd like to keep it going. Additionally, you've heard a lot about water planning. So similar to our split season leasing program, our authority for place-based planning grants expires on July 1st of 2023. And, we've received feedback that we want to continue with that moving forward. So we're kind of taking a step back and looking at essentially, what a new fund for water planning looks like. And additionally, I want to flag that we are working with existing place-based planning groups to kind of figure out how we can continue to move their work forward as well. One last piece I just want to flag is on enforcement. I know you've heard a lot about cannabis just in this presentation alone, because we have such a heavy workload coming down the pike with House Bill 4061, and we have quite a few new staff members. We're going to hold off on running any legislation on enforcement and cannabis, just because we've got a lot of balls up in the air in terms of what we're doing on that front. We want to kind of be able to focus on that before we pursue further legislative action. So with that, I want to pause and give commissioners an opportunity to provide feedback, comments, concerns, suggestions on any of the LCs that they've heard about, either from us, feedback on other things that we should be considering that aren't on our list already, and kind of give you an opportunity to share maybe some thoughts that you might have from the legislative front.
Just looking to see if any commissioners have hands up. I do not see any. Oh, yes, I do. Commissioner Lee.
Yes, on the split season leasing, coming from an irrigation district background, I know that it's very difficult for regulating water within districts with leases, and there's always been a sense that somehow a district should have some ability to have some authority about how those leases occur. And I wondered if in the new legislation you were considering any way that districts might have an ability to interact in those leases in a way that allows them to regulate water.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, that's a great question. And we are, as I said, we're really in the beginning phases of gathering information. We have actually an external meeting next week with stakeholders and tribes and other interested parties. And we will be going over the split leasing program. We've received a variety of feedback from folks giving essentially their thoughts on that program. We will be going over all of that feedback and kind of working through it with stakeholders and tribes to kind of figure out the best path forward. So we are in heavy feedback mode. If that is something that we should consider, it'd be great to chat with you a little bit more about what you'd like to see.
Yes, Commissioner Quince.
Good morning. Thank you for the report. On this topic, I was just curious on the limited staff capacity, if that's something that might be addressed with the additional resources the department has, in the near term with additional hiring. And then I'll have some other comments about the report near the end, and I will probably save that if that's appropriate.
Chair Reeves.
Commissioner, from a staffing capacity, I think that's probably a better question for Raquel.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, commissioners. So we are in the process. We just got our new policy manager on board 3 days ago now. And so we are in the training phase. And at that point in time, we're also, I'm I am sad to report, but happy for Breeze that Breeze has will be moving on to a new position at somewhere else. And so she's leaving the agency, which means we have two policy positions, one from the second special session, as well as one from Breeze leaving the agency. So that's going to be some of our focus. There's going to be a training time frame, and that neither one of those positions are really focused on legislation. So I don't see a ton of capacity in terms of being able to take on additional legislation, given that on top of this, two of these are going to require work groups. And so I think this is going to be a long-term. I don't see us having a lot of capacity for 2023 legislation at this point in time.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands.
Where's our sad face emoji in Zoom? Can't find it.
I actually think that that makes a lot of sense to me. The recognizing the capacity issues going in. So I'm on board with that idea. Let's see, do we have any other question? And one other question from me is just on the POPs or the budget issues. I'm assuming that this is the commission's kind of last input opportunity, just given the scheduling on those items. Is that correct?
Chair Reeves, commissioners, Director Byler and I have been talking about potentially scheduling a special meeting of the commission in May. Okay. So that is a potential option that we are discussing. And so I guess maybe the question for you all is if you have an interest in that.
Okay. Speaking for myself, I do, but I don't know about the rest of the commission.
I would as well.
And Chair Reeves, just to flesh that out a little bit, we would be probably looking at 1 hour virtual meeting, and it'd be an opportunity for you to see how the thinking evolves over the series of meetings that Bryn was talking about that we'll be having with key interest tribes, broad stakeholder groups, and that will give us a chance, I think, to, especially with, I think, the option packages, the budget related requests, I think that will be the most pertinent at that time, because we still will be, if we met in a special meeting in late May, I think we'd still have time to get your feedback before we made our final submittal.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, and the way you're describing it seems like it would be something that could be managed easily enough on your end and ours. So that sounds good.
And Chair Reeves, I should, let me apologize here because I should be clear about, there's the legislative concepts and then there's the budget proposals. So the budget proposals, certainly May, we still have that time frame. For legislative concepts, we do need to, by April 15th, submit at least the topics. So this is really the opportunity to weigh in on the topics. We are receiving feedback from some of the stakeholders, and also we're in discussions with at least one of the tribes about potential legislation. And so this list may expand potentially, noting that it is tough to run five pieces of legislation. So I'll note that because the agency is also having to respond to all of the other legislation that's introduced and kind of provide that expertise and information. So we have to be mindful of that. And so certainly we can provide you all with an update. I would expect these 4 to continue in some form. And then it's a question of if there's any other topics that are added. We can always pull ones. We just can't add after the 15th.
Can I ask also on the split season leasing, do you anticipate that to be a challenging thing to move, or is this a matter of just continuing a program that has been in place? And in other words, are there challenges associated with split season leasing that need to be addressed, or is this a matter of continuing the existing program?
Chair Reeves, I think that's going to decide on so the agency, our original proposal was to essentially make the program permanent and then remove the 10-year limitation. So unlike other leasing, you can't keep renewing it. You can only do it for up to 10 years, and then that's kind of it. And we've received some initial feedback from Trout Unlimited that they have some interest in changes to the program. I don't know, we're still receiving, well, maybe we're not still receiving. The deadline was yesterday, and I've yet to see all that's come in terms of feedback to us. And then we're having another meeting on Tuesday with stakeholders about their feedback on the proposal. So it's still evolving and it's hard to assess. I know that certainly when it was originally introduced years ago, that it was a big lift. I don't know if it remains, if we were to not make any changes, if it will be a big lift or not. I don't think we've received enough feedback to be able to assess.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'm just checking one more time to see no other hands are up. So, oh yes, Eric, do you have a new hand up, or is that
That's a new hand.
all right, good.
Nearing the end of the report, I had some other questions about earlier content.
Oh,
Are we
go
good?
ahead with that.
We have about 5 minutes left. Is that correct?
Hang on a minute. We have until not. Yeah, we have 4 minutes left.
Okay, so I appreciate the inclusion of the equity budgeting concepts. I'm wondering how those outcomes and impacts are checked with the communities that are intended to benefit from that approach. So that's one question. And then looking forward to a transition with the governor and seeing that this looks to be driven by the governor's office. How might these be carried over in some form to another administration? And so related to that, I'm wondering if there's a transition report from the department to a new administration, and in that report, might the department express that, the commission supports these initiatives and recommends they carry over in some form, and, and it might not just be this one, it could be others. So if it's helpful,
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I think in terms of the racial equity impact statement, this is a new process that has, my recollection, if I'm correct in my recollection, is actually outlined in statute. And so this will transcend administrations from that standpoint. And it is also recently in statute, the Racial Justice Council. And the Racial Justice Council is playing a key role in, at least as this governor's office is implementing the racial equity impact statements and the associated community engagement plans. So I would expect to see, regardless of transitions between governors, that there will still be this component because of the statutory requirements, regardless of the, the governor's office involvement. And so I hope that answers a piece of the question. In regards to how we're going to be verifying with the communities involved, I think that's a great question. And I don't know that I have a great answer for you today, other than part of what we've tried to build into the process is taking the input that we are receiving from folks and making sure that we are turning around and telling folks how their feedback has been utilized and the decision-making process, or if we have not incorporated the feedback, being able to communicate why. So at least it shows that we are, this isn't just an exercise in giving us feedback and having us say, that's great, we're still going to do whatever we want to do and we haven't considered it. So that's one piece to it. I think over time, we are we're in the early phases, I think, of building relationships. And so my hope is that we're building relationships with new stakeholder groups. We have, as I think I discussed with you, we are taking a different approach to how we're engaging with tribes than we have in the past on legislative and budget development, in terms of offering a more formal consultation process. And so I think from that perspective, my hope is that we will be building this over time. So to your point, in terms of how are folks, how are we going to be checking in with communities? Well, I see this as a relationship, and this is a long-term haul. And the goal is to be able to build those relationships so folks can say, yes, you've got this right, or, you missed it on that one. And how can we do this better in the future? In terms of the data piece, that is something that we don't have. We don't have a lot of data to date in terms of equity impacts of water rates decisions. And I think that's an area that we're going to continue to be challenged in. And part of that, again, is going to be building relationships with other agencies. There's also some new legislation that I think may help us with and have other agencies developing data. So there's a lot of moving pieces here.
And just generally, I don't recall if the department does this, but is there some form of transition report to another administration? And would that be reviewed with the commission in the next, several months at some point?
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I'll let Director Byler handle that. The transitions I've gone through were Governor Kitzhaber to Governor Brown, so I don't have a good, I don't have a good sense of it because it just kind of happened.
Commissioner Quemps, it's a great question, and I think there's no standard path. I'd say it would be highly unusual for a state agency to develop transition materials, but it's not unusual for a governor's office to do so. And it would also not be unusual for the governor's office to rely on state agencies to help inform and provide information for that. That said, I've been around long enough to see the transitions happen, and there's probably not a great track record of the new administration spending a lot of time reviewing those transition documents, to be honest. But I think it's an important exercise, and it at least provides an opportunity for the new administration to have context and to understand what's been in motion upon their arrival. But we don't have any expectation right now at the agency level of producing anything like that. And we would rely on the governor's office for direction around that.
Thank you.
Chair Reeves,
Yes.
I would ask the commission's indulgence that we spend a little bit more time on this topic. We've got a lot to talk about still, and we have in particular a bunch of budget ideas that we want to introduce to you. And I think it would be worth spending another 15 or 20 minutes going through that. I know it knocks us a little bit off schedule, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to get this on your radar.
Okay. And also, just for the benefit of the people coming next, let's take a break after this, a short break after this agenda item. So it'll be a little bit longer. Let's see, that is Kim and Becky, I think, for their info. Thanks.
Great. Okay, I think maybe we can transition to the budget conversation. All right, so similar conversation and similar essentially blanket statement that we are gathering feedback and information right now from stakeholders, tribes, and you all on budget packages. So policy option packages, or POPs. So attachment 2 essentially has a list of all of those budget topics that have really been at the forefront of our minds and our staff's minds. And we're not going to go through all 5 pages right now for sake of time and your sanity as well. But we are working to gather feedback in the same way on our legislative concepts as we are with the budget items. So I think maybe what the best thing that I can do is just run through a few themes that I want you all to pay attention as you kind of look through this and kind of think about as you think about budget. So the first item I'll flag is around complex basins. So this should seem a little familiar. We did receive funding in the last session for 2 positions on kind of working through complex basins and complex issues within each of those basins. We're learning and hearing that it might be good to expand that capacity and expand that work into other basins, as we're seeing these complex issues emerge as we deal with sticky subjects like drought and cannabis and things like that. Another topic area and theme I'll flag is around climate and drought. Those have really been at the forefront of our minds, especially as we're gearing up for another dry summer. And as we're seeing those impacts of climate change and drought kind of impacting our rural communities pretty heavily. So drought and climate are also 2 topics that we're really considering strongly and thinking that, we need to be engaging with the community a little bit more around that. IT and systems modernization is also a theme that you will see throughout the spreadsheet. It's really important for us to modernize our systems, modernize our data, not only to help us better manage the resource and kind of understand the resource a bit better, but also to increase accessibility for our data to the public, to local agencies that are also making decisions, to place-based planning groups, just really modernizing our IT and our systems so we can kind of move our work forward into the 21st century. For those of you who have been paying attention, Lake Ebert is also a hot topic that's been in the media. We need further resources to engage in this topic with our partner agencies and with local communities to essentially work to address some of the issues in that area of the state moving forward. Fish persistence reviews from ODFW for certain municipal water right extensions is also an area of interest. It's been an area of interest for several years for us. This was resulted from legislation a few years back and essentially requires that we work with ODFW to do reviews on certain water right extensions. We're finding that this process is taking pretty long time and is kind of creating a bottleneck on some of these extensions. And we are in conversations and we've been considering potentially pursuing a joint request with ODFW to essentially kind of move that work forward and get things moving on that front. Racial justice and environmental equity has kind of been a theme that we are working on and has been emerging in some of our work with local communities. And we still need to do more on this, but we are working with some new community partners that we're excited to essentially kind of start building relationships with to determine what potential budget requests need to be made and sort of what needs to be on the docket for 2023. Along those lines, similarly, is around public engagement and communications. So as Raquel alluded to, there's still a lot that needs to be done on that front as we, kind of move our public engagement and communications strategy into the forefront of how we do business. But what we're learning by having a communications specialist really on staff is that there really kind of needs to be a more broader built out budget around communications and public engagement for that part of the agency to really be successful. So that's also something that we're kicking around. An emerging issue that I think we still need to do a little more work on and kind of see what other states are doing is around a new Supreme Court ruling that essentially ruled that states need to start entering into bi-state compacts where there are shared aquifers on state boundaries. So what a budget item on this would do would essentially queue up discussions with our neighbors in Washington, Idaho, California, to really start engaging in those conversations to figure out how we can better co-manage the resource. And then lastly, one other thing I want to bring to everyone's attention is around water planning. So just a bit of a background information for you all in terms of how legislative concepts and budget pops essentially play together. So when you have a legislative concept that has a fiscal impact, such as adding money to a new fund, there needs to be an accompanying budget line item that essentially gives authority to spend and then gives that money to the agency as well, essentially appropriates that money. So if we move forward with a planning legislative concept, there will also need to be a companion water planning pop within the budget as well. So that was a lot of information. I know there's a lot of information in that spreadsheet, as Director Byler and Raquel alluded to. We are hoping to get some more time with you all to discuss this in further, maybe once we get this spreadsheet cut down from 5 pages. But with that, I think I'll pause and give some space for you all to share maybe any reactions, issues from the list that you see as a priority, or maybe budget issues that you would like to see on this list that are not on this list. So I saw a bunch of hands go up, so that's good. That means we're getting creative juices flowing.
Thanks,
Chair
Bryn.
Reeves.
Yeah, I can't see who's
This
here.
is
Tell who's
Raquel.
speaking.
Yeah, may I
Okay.
interrupt just real quick before we go to questions?
Sure.
So one thing I want to note, which we have received some feedback so far in terms of other ideas for legislative concepts. So I want to get this on your radar in case you want to talk about it. There was a recommendation that we pursue the water measurement reporting authority. As you know, that has been around several times and the legislature has not moved it forward. Another was pursuing authority, clear authority to regulate groundwater in favor of surface water without a critical groundwater area. And the third one was a requirement that when a property changes hands and the property has water rights, to require notice to the Water Resources Department. So those are 3 that we have received. We can certainly talk more about it, but I wanted to give you a clear picture of at least what we've received to date.
Thank you, Raquel. Let's go ahead and get questions. Commissioner Smitherman, I think I saw your hand up
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Bryn and Raquel. There's a lot of really great ideas here. And I just want to clarify, and maybe I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure that everyone listening also understands. All of this is separate from budgeting to make sure that all the new positions that have been added to the department will continue to be funded. Is that right?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner, mostly. Okay. And I say mostly because there's some of the positions that were added were limited duration positions.
Okay.
And so those ones, if we wanted them to be permanent, we would have to include a policy option package to do that. So that's one instance. The other thing is you asked about positions, but I'll expand your question a little bit into if there are funding, pots of money that are not, some of them are expected to continue forward. Some of them are one-time funds. And so again, in those instances, we would need to ask for them again if we felt like we needed them for a future biennium. There's a third option out there that we have not experienced before, recently at least, which is that we've talked about the projects list. We've talked about all of the really the big lift we're going to have to try to get all of this work done, and that we may not be able to get everything done. And so if we think something, if we're not able to get it done and it's general fund dollars, which means that you have to use it during this biennium, and it's if it's one-time funding, then there is also a potential scenario where we may be evaluating what projects we think are still important, but that we don't think are going to be able to be completed this biennium. And we ask for that funding for next biennium. So those are a few examples where it could be a little different.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Mall?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. I almost ditto Commissioner Smitherman, so I just want to reinforce for your sakes both the appreciation for channeling Bob Baumgartner and Bruce Korn. Don't forget about the day-to-day things that we're committed to, and you're doing that. Appreciate that, but also looking ahead. But I also just want to encourage that to everything you just describe, Raquel, that we do work diligently to not let this wealth, $530 million of water, just become a cliff and leave us with the remnants of a flood, but be really creative of ways to keep those that funding going in places where it really makes sense. So thank you.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes, I know this is beating on an old worn out drum, but I think if we could do something about storage, that would be a mitigation for climate change. And it would need to be multi-purpose, and maybe some kind of a concept in the future with ODFW to create some momentum on storage would really be helpful. And I really don't know, I can't really grasp how best to do that, but it's a tool that we really need, and we just never get moving on it.
Okay. Commissioner Wolf.
Yeah, I just wanted to relay my perspective of the importance as these things are prioritized. You never know what's going to get included and what isn't, but I would, relative to our current circumstances, I'd like to echo Commissioner Lee's request for storage, but I think that just points to the fact that water availability and water planning they're on page 3 of this list, but I hope that's not in order of prioritization.
Actually, I'm assuming this list is not that, right? Okay. I think it's a good question. I wondered 2 things. Groundwater budgeting is not kind of specifically, I don't think, pulled out in this. And I mean, it's probably part of some of these proposals, but my question was really, how are we doing budget-wise in terms of groundwater work, just because we're trying to move toward maybe a revised system for how we handle that. And then my other question was just the Harney County CREP. I just want to know where we are on that. So.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, in regards to groundwater, the groundwater section has experienced a period of significant growth. And we are continuing, we're still in the hiring process for that group. In addition to that, there was funding provided through House Bill 2018, which is going to take several years for us to be able to complete the work through House Bill 2018. So this budget request, we've gone pretty heavy on groundwater requests in the past, and I think we are trying to get that group set up with all of the new resources that they have. And so that's why you don't see as much of a request in regards to new groundwater resources. And the resources that we did get, by the way, they're not one-time funds, is my recollection. So just be keeping that in mind. Probably the one area, if I had to off the cuff, which I'll make note of, is groundwater policy, right? So we've gotten a lot of scientists, and one of the things that I've been trying to do over the years is we've been getting bogged down on things is that we don't have the policy staff capacity or communications capacity. So I'll need to put some thought into that, because as you brought it up, it was just something that appeared in my mind. And so we may need to think more, and part of us is assessing, with the new resources. That's what a lot of our sections are doing, is we've got all these new resources and some of them aren't even here yet. And so we are doing a bit of reassessing, but that should be part of our process as we think more on the future here.
Thank you. I suspected that with respect to the kind of technical aspects. And that's an excellent point you're making about the policy and communication part too. The Harney County CREP, is that, I'm not recalling literally where we are right now with that. And if there's a short answer, and if there's not, I know we're pressed for time and we can talk about it offline, but.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, the short answer is it's on the projects list of where we're at.
Okay.
The a little bit longer answer is, if I recall, I'm not as well versed in terms of what we've been doing on that one. I do recall seeing on that projects list that we had submitted a proposal and to the feds, and then I think we had needed to revise it, if I'm correct on that. I think there was some resubmittal in the process there. Tom, do you have more information?
My recollection is that things are moving forward, and we submitted our proposal to the federal government, and I think I remember seeing an email just within the last week or so saying that it's been well received and that we essentially have a green light. So I know we have advertised a position to hire. I couldn't tell you right now whether that position has been filled, but our goal is to, really start moving on this. I don't know today whether we can be ready to have this program stood up and ready to roll out next irrigation season of next year, in 2023. And I think that's the big question right now is, will this really start in earnest in 2023 or will it be 2024?
That's exactly the info I was looking for. Thank you both. Commissioner Kara?
Yeah, I just wanted to, oh, geez.
Oh, you're
Unmute.
No, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Screen's a little funky. Yeah, I just want to reiterate the fact that, yeah, you guys have done a lot of good work. Really appreciate the information provided. And I know it seems a little odd to put a lot of IT stuff in there, but I think that's really important. It's kind of one of those base foundation things that if you don't have good IT in this world at this point, and data modernization where everybody can get to it, you're being left behind, and people, our stakeholders, our staff get the work done if they don't have the data or can't access the data. So I'm glad you've got some stuff in there about IT, and I think that's important. And as usual, all of it's important. So I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, you did get some feedback on the IT front.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Any other questions, comments from commissioners? I do not see any hands up. So where are we? I need help from the presenters on where we are here.
Yeah. Chair Reeves, commissioners, thank you. That is the end of our presentation.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So just a few things I'll flag as we finish up. We are planning to host 4 more essentially external meetings with stakeholders, tribes, other interested parties to go over these worksheets, both from the budget perspective and the legislative concept perspective, and a bit more in depth, and basically kind of have those more nitty-gritty conversations on policy and kind of work on getting those lists solidified and hearing back from those folks. We've also submitted and sent letters out to all of the tribes requesting their feedback if they have any. I know that time is always of an essence, and resources are short in terms of how thin spread some folks are. So we have reached out to the tribes to hopefully get some feedback and consultation with them. And we're just excited to get moving and get going. And our next meeting with stakeholders and external folks and tribes it will be next Tuesday on the 22nd. So.
Right.
And thank you so much for your time and feedback. And we look forward to coordinating with you all more on this.
Well, thank you to all three of you. That was a lot of information that you prepared and then covered today, and we appreciate it. Let's come back at 9:30. We're going to aim toward getting close to our schedule, but we probably won't get all the way back to the original schedule, but let's come back at 9:30 and start up again.
Thank you.
Okay, can you all hear me? Okay, I think we should go ahead and get started. Becky and Kim, I'm sorry we got behind, but happy to have you here. Appreciate your patience, and take it away.
All right, well, thank you so much, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. For the record, I'm Becky Williams, Grant Coordinator for the department, and I'm joined today by Kim Fritz-Ogren, Manager of the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section. Today, we are going to speak with you and provide some updates on where we are with the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund. We're going to describe the fund, our approach to setting up the fund, and the work being done today to prepare to implement the fund. So this report may just help you all regain some of that time. So it is fairly brief and an informational update. First off, let's just talk about where the work to establish the fund is coming out of. It's in the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section, where we have our other grant programs and the planning groups, and now the new complex basin coordinator positions. What is this Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund? Well, it was established in regular session in 2021 under House Bill 2145. The purpose was to provide financial assistance to permanently abandon, repair, or replace a water well used for household purposes. And within this original legislation, the directives were to provide assistance to address well construction deficiencies, assess or assist with wells that are impaired in areas of declining groundwater, and address and assess, again, assist folks who are in areas of natural disasters. It was the initial funding was provided with $2 million of funding from the American Rescue Plan Act and $100,000 general fund dollars. So we began to consider how we could go about this work of standing up a new fund. And then in the December 2021 special session, we were directed by the legislature to prioritize our focus on providing financial assistance to persons of low to moderate income households with domestic wells in areas recently impacted by drought or wildfire. And with that prioritization, an additional $3.3 million of general fund dollars was authorized for this work. So with that updated direction to focus on meeting these needs, we decided to divide or split our approach to establish this fund. And in stage one, we'll be meeting and focusing on addressing those urgent public health needs, again, with that legislative prioritization of focusing on low to moderate income households whose household wells have been recently affected in areas impacted by drought or wildfire. And there is a lot of interest and energy to do this on an accelerated schedule. With that, it was best, again, to divide this up into two stages, where stage two will follow stage one with full fund implementation and a comprehensive design of the entire legislative purposes. And it will benefit by building upon the lessons we learn in this initial stage one effort. So in stage one, just to update on the timeline. We started working on organizing the project in January of this year, and we hope that we'll be able to launch for implementation in May of 2022, so coming up here soon. With, again, stage 2 will follow after we have some experience with this initial effort. Again, this is a brand new well fund. This is not building upon a pre-existing effort that we have here. So you might recall this graphic when a couple years ago we did an assessment of our funding opportunities, and we just identified some critical components. I won't go through them all, but we feel that these are foundational aspects that are critical to consider and think about as we develop a fund or improve a fund to best manage state dollars and in accordance with best grant making practices. We really want to see that we're achieving results, having requirements that have reason, removing unnecessary barriers, and really equipping and empowering people. With this, again, this new effort, there are some potential barriers, and identifying them up front is just helpful so that we can plan accordingly. There's technical and administrative challenges. Wells are a technical issue. Groundwater is highly technical. There are also administrative challenges with sort of shifting from our other grant opportunities that while individuals are eligible, often go to organizations. So now we'd be dealing and assisting individual households. And so there are administrative challenges with that. There are certain unrealistic expectations as there's great concern that people essentially do not have water to provide water for their basic household and daily needs. So with that, there's a lot of interest in doing this as quick as possible, and we have to work with meeting that urgent need, but also making sure that we are thoughtful and have a approach where we are thinking ahead. There is also a lack of available well drillers in Oregon. There's quite a backlog. That is also a barrier. There's timeline considerations and resource barriers in terms of staffing, and again, with a lack of well drillers and them being very in high demand, that there are just timeline considerations that will be of issue. As we decided to organize and look at designing this brand new funding program, we felt it very advantageous to identify the questions now, such as what well components would we pay for? Would we pay for a pump, the electricity, the electrical wiring, storage tanks? What would and would not be reimbursable? What would the criteria be for the condition of a well that merits funding through this program? And what is the process to maybe verify that condition? For example, there might be an issue where, for instance, a pump is damaged by wildfire, and perhaps that pump is what is needing replacement versus drilling a new well. What defines areas of drought? We want to tackle the technical and administrative challenges up front. There are challenges, again, in working with homeowners, respecting and maintaining security of their personal financial information, defining low to moderate income households and other eligibility criteria. Again, to reduce barriers and ensure that we are helping Oregonians in need. There are regional geologic complexities. What is technically or practically feasible for us to determine as we're endeavoring to assist people. A strong consideration in designing this fund is integrating equity into this design, an approach that does not advantage certain areas over others simply because there is maybe early informational awareness there. And we are working through designing a proportional distribution of the funds that considers need and poverty rates. And our hope is that with all this mindful and thoughtful design upfront, that this work will be of great benefit in that it'll reduce confusion and streamline processes as we launch the fund and as we're in implementation. So that, of course, we won't be able to identify all the questions that will arise, but it is our goal to identify and prepare for as many of these issues and questions as possible. And that concludes the formal update of the fund and our work to date. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you all have, and Kim and I will do our best to provide you any additional updates or information. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Do I see any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Mall.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. Thanks, Becky. Good to see you and Kim both. In the McKinsey, we are post-holiday farm fire, where many of the 400 people who lost their homes are still struggling. We're wrestling with this tension between getting people stable and back where they were before, with the recognition that very often we might do so and unknowingly put them back into similarly vulnerable spaces geographically. Wildland-urban interface issues with fire frequency, down in floodplains, below high hazard, in high hazard dam situations. And we're finding that one of the challenges, administrative challenges to navigate is the county code, land use code, and DLCD guidance to counties on things that might allow for some flexibility. Just as an example, you have someone in a flood zone who wants to get their well back in, but you think in your back of your head, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, and the probability that this is going to get flooded heavily, maybe destroyed, is real. How do we navigate that? How do we give them the flexibility to potentially move that well or to move their siting? My question is, have you all had much interaction with any of the counties or DLCD, maybe even FEMA in the implementation of this to address some of those kind of sticky short-term need, long-term strategy questions?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mall, at this point in time, we haven't engaged in those types of conversations with either the counties on county code issues or with FEMA. We are not restricting a well to be installed in the identical or near identical area of the property. So if there is flexibility on the property, an individual would have that flexibility. But I think you bring up a very good point, and I believe that that would likely be something that we will learn as we launch this program in an effort to launch as quickly as possible. Some of those conversations and engagements necessarily have to wait. And so we look forward to reaching out more broadly in the future And we'll certainly be mindful of this, and I thank you for bringing it up.
Commissioner Kahara?
Unmute. My question is with regards to like community well systems, or, you know, say a group of landowners, well owners decided, okay, let's just replace one well and do it deeper. Would that be covered rather than just, okay, each individual homeowner has to do their own individual well? And would that also include, okay, if there is a community well nearby, could this also pay for, you know, a household to connect to that community well? Just as thoughts as, okay, does it make sense to have a whole bunch of little wells in an area where one big community well might serve the area better? Just a thought.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, Commissioner Kahara, if I may, this is exactly the kind of question that we've been wrestling with up front, to have those answers when folks come calling and asking. And that's an issue that specific issue has been identified. And we're, I think, still sorting out the final details, trying to consider the benefits of that, and then where other regulations may come into play and what other funding opportunities there are for community wells. So like one of our definitions is what is an eligible well? And I think we're leaning towards having some flexibility there, while also exploring the tie to when it's when does it become a community water system, and maybe then ineligible for this funding opportunity and eligible for other ones.
Okay. Thank you. Just thoughts going through the head.
Let's see, do we have other questions, comments from commissioners? I do not see any hands up. Well, I think that it looks like we are, no other commissioners are weighing in, and so I think we can appreciate your presentation and move on to the next agenda item. Go forth and do good with this opportunity. Thank you both, Becky and Kim. Here's my proposal. Let's go skip the break and go into Division 51 rulemaking, and then we can see how we're feeling at the conclusion of that item, and whether to take a break before Division 54. So let's kind of move on and see how it goes.
Okay, thank you, Chair Reeves.
Hi.
I will go ahead and get my screen shared here. And can everybody see that okay? Perfect. So this should be pretty quick. If you recall, you heard about this rulemaking on your December meeting, and this is related to the permanent rulemaking. That was the temporary rulemaking action. So this presentation, before I get started, for the record, my name is Breeze Potter. I'm the agency's rules coordinator and also a water policy analyst within the policy section. So we'll be talking today about Division 51, which relates to annual fees for hydroelectric projects. A little background on this. This is relates to legislation that was recently adopted in 2021, House Bill 2143, which relates to annual fees for hydroelectric projects. House Bill 2143 is codified as 2021 Oregon Laws, Chapter 516, and it became effective on the 91st day after sine die. So there's a copy of this bill in your attachment 1 of your materials. And with the passage of the bill, existing rule provisions we have relating to annual fees for hydroelectric projects are no longer in conformance with statute. Under the new statutory annual fee structure, the licensee is required to annually pay the applicable fee under Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 543, Section 78, as amended by the new legislation for the hydroelectric project on or before January 1st of each year. So with annual fees due on or before January 1st of 2022, the department determined that temporary rulemaking was required to conform the current Oregon administrative rule with statute prior to the due date for annual fees. So at your December 3rd meeting, the commission voted to adopt a temporary rule amendment to Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 690, Division 51, Section 400, in order to mitigate confusion about the annual fee amount and to provide immediate guidance to licensees. A copy of this temporary administrative order is contained in Attachment 2 of your materials. This temporary rule is in effect from December 10th, 2021 to June 7th, 2022. So in order to have a permanent rule in place before the temporary rule expires, the department initiated the permanent rulemaking process in December of 2021. You also have a copy of this notice of proposed rulemaking, which was filed with the Secretary of State. That is Attachment 3 of your materials. The proposed language of the permanent rule is identical to that of the temporary rule and removes language relating to annual fees to conform the rule with statute. The annual fees are outlined in statute, and thus the outdated rule text can be removed. A copy of the proposed permanent Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 690, Division 51, Section 400, is contained in Attachment 4 of your materials. So the department did not receive any written or oral public comments during the public comment period for this rule. And we have a couple of alternatives available to the commission today. The first alternative is to adopt the permanent amended Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 690, Division 51, Section 400, as contained in Attachment 4. Alternative 2 is to modify and adopt the permanent amended Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 690, Division 51, Section 400. Or alternative 3 is to direct department staff to do further work on the rules and return to a future commission meeting. So the director's recommendation is alternative 1, to adopt the permanent amended Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 690, Division 51, Section 400, as contained in Attachment 4. I will pause there for any questions and commissioner discussion.
Thank you, Breeze. Any questions or comments? I do not see any hands up. This is one of the more straightforward action items that we're asked to make. Is someone ready to make a motion on this?
Well, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to adopt the permanent amended OAR 690-051-0400 as contained in Attachment 4.
Thank you. Commissioner Smitherman has made that motion, and did I hear a second?
Yes, I will second. Thank you.
Commissioner Lee seconds. Any further discussion? I see no hands. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take the roll. Commissioner Kara?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Who am I missing here? Commissioner Quemps had to step away, I believe. So I think he is not present for this vote. So Commissioner Reeves votes in favor. Commissioner Smitherman? Did I get you
Yes.
already? Yes. Nirvana, can you help me with whether I got 6 people on this, called 6 people? Maybe not. So we have Commissioner Kahara, Commissioner Mall, Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Wolf, Commissioner Smitherman, Commissioner Reeves. I believe we got 6 votes in favor, and that the motion carries. The rule is adopted. Thank you, Breeze. So you're up next, but it's now 9:55, and then Division 54 is supposed to start at 10:05. So let's take a 10-minute break, come back at 10:05, and we'll be back on schedule. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Okay. I think we should go ahead and get started. It's 10:07. We're back from break. And this is agenda item J, Division 54 rulemaking, and Breeze Potter will be presenting on this. Hi,
Thank
Breeze.
you, Chair Reeves. Go ahead and share my screen. And everyone should be seeing a presentation. Perfect. So for the record, my name is Breeze Potter. I'm a water policy analyst with the department and also the agency's rules coordinator. Today I will be presenting on Division 54, which relates to rules surrounding conversion of hydroelectric water rights to in-stream water rights. So just as a recap for folks, I just wanted to go over the general rulemaking process. So these are the different steps within rulemaking that we go through before we get to the commission. So the rulemaking process begins with internal development of draft rules. At this initial drafting stage, department staff utilize available information and data and review the appropriate statutory authorities in order to begin drafting the rule text. The department then appoints a rulemaking advisory committee, or a RAC, which represents the interests of persons and communities who are likely to be affected by the proposed rule change. The RAC provides the department with feedback on the substantive language of the draft rules and any fiscal impact that may result from the proposed rule changes. The department then files a notice of proposed rulemaking with the Secretary of State's office, which includes information about public hearing and public comment opportunities, the proposed rule language, and a fiscal impact statement. The Secretary of State publishes the notice in the Oregon Bulletin, which signals the commencement of the formal rulemaking process. The department also provides notice to legislators, interested parties, the media, and the public to ensure those impacted by a proposed rule change are notified of their opportunity to comment. Once a public hearing is held and the public comment period closes, department staff prepare a staff report and present a rulemaking recommendation to the Commission for consideration. The Commission then decides whether to adopt, amend, or repeal a rule. So this slide steps through some of the relevant history that's related to this rulemaking. We start in 1995. At that point, there was no statutory authority to relicense hydroelectric projects, which came to the end of their license terms. House Bill 3087 created a task force to draft a process for evaluating whether and under what conditions existing projects should be reauthorized. In 1997, House Bill 2119, which set out the state's new policies and standards for relicensing hydroelectric projects, was adopted. The provisions of this bill were mostly codified in a new Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 543A. However, House Bill 2119 did not address policies or standards for decommissioning existing projects, so a task force was established to study those issues and bring forward recommendations to the 1999 legislature. In 1999, House Bill 2162 was adopted. This bill created new provisions in Chapter 543A related to conversions of hydroelectric water rights to in-stream water rights. Then fast forward to December 2011, the department utilized the conversion process for the first time. There were 4 parties who protested the final order, and even with the help of an outside facilitator, were unable to resolve their differences. Based on this, the department determined rulemaking was necessary to clarify the policies and procedures contained in Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 543A, Section 305, in order to implement future conversions. So Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 543A, Section 305 is the governing law, and that requires conversion of up to the full amount of a hydroelectric water right to an in-stream water right after the use 5 years, after the use of the water right under the hydroelectric water right has ceased, or upon expiration of a right not otherwise extended or reauthorized, or with the written consent of the right holder. The conversion requires a finding by the Water Resources Department Director that the conversion will not result in injury to other existing water rights. In making this injury determination, the director is required to consider the actual use of the hydroelectric project and the resulting impacts on actual use by other existing water rights as of October 23rd, 1999. The statute also authorizes the director to include mitigation measures as conditions of the in-stream water right to avoid injury and to ensure the continuation of authorized water uses by other existing water rights. So as I mentioned previously, this rulemaking effort began in 2017 in response to the first hydroelectric project decommissioning to trigger the authority of Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 543A, Section 305. So after a hiatus, the rulemaking was resumed in 2020, and 2 Rules Advisory Committee meetings were held in November 2020 to seek feedback on the proposed rules. A copy of the RAC roster is contained in Attachment 3 of your materials. In addition to feedback received during the RAC meetings, the department invited RAC members to submit written comments on the proposed rules, and a copy of those comments is contained in Attachment 4 of your materials. So after consideration of these comments, the department amended the proposed rules and filed a notice of proposed rulemaking in the August 2021 Secretary of State Bulletin. A copy of this notice is contained in Attachment 5. This started the official public comment period for the rules. The department received 9 written comments, on the proposed rules and no oral comments. A complete copy of the comments received is contained in Attachment 6, and then the department response to those comments is contained in Attachment 7. So the proposed Division 54 rules are a new rule division that establish standards and procedures to implement Oregon Revised Statutes, Chapter 543A, Section 305. Specifically, the rules propose standards for determining actual use under the hydroelectric water right, resulting impacts on actual use by other existing water rights as of October 23rd, 1999, whether the conversion would result in injury to other existing water rights as of October 23rd, 1999, and mitigation measures to avoid injury and to ensure the continuation of authorized water uses by other existing water rights as of October 23rd, 1999. This slide steps through the conversion process, which is outlined in these proposed rules. So first, the director makes a number of eligibility determinations and preliminary findings of fact. This includes a determination of whether a hydroelectric water right is eligible for conversion and how much of the right is eligible, and a finding on injury, which includes consideration of the actual use of the project and the resulting impacts on actual use by other existing water rights as of October 23rd, 1999. The director then prepares a notice of consideration for conversion, which includes a 30-day comment period. Following the close of the comment period, the director prepares a proposed final order, which either approves or denies the conversion. In preparing this order, the director may consider mitigation measures to avoid injury and to ensure the continuation of authorized water uses. The proposed final order is distributed to the hydroelectric water right holder and to all persons who timely filed a comment. A notice is posted in the department's weekly notice publication. This begins the 60-day period in which protestants may file a protest. Any person may protest the proposed final order, and any person who supports the proposed final order may request standing for purposes of participating in any contested case proceeding on the proposed final order or for judicial review of the final order. The director will evaluate each protest to determine whether it raises significant issues, and if so, will refer it to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Conversely, if the director determines the protest does not raise significant issues, the director will issue a final order. The conduct of any contested case hearing process resulting from this will be governed by Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 137, Division 3, Sections 501 to 700. And then finally, after the contested case hearing, or if a contested case hearing is not held after the close of the protest period, the director determines whether the proposed conversion would or would not comply with these proposed rules and with Oregon Revised Statute, Chapter 543A, Section 305. If the director determines the conversion would not comply, the director shall either issue a final order denying the conversion or modify the proposed order to ensure compliance and issue a final order approving the conversion. Once a final order approving the conversion is issued, the department will then issue a certificate for the in-stream water right. So we have a number of alternatives before you today. The first alternative is to adopt the proposed rules for a new Oregon Administrative Rules Chapter 690, Division 54, as contained in Attachment 2. Alternative 2 would be to adopt the proposed rules for new Oregon Administrative Rules Chapter 690, Division 54, as contained in Attachment 2 with specific modifications. Or alternative 3, to direct the department staff to do further work on the rules and return to a future commission meeting. The director recommends alternative 1, to adopt the proposed rules for a new Oregon Administrative Rules Chapter 690, Division 54, as contained in Attachment 2. I'm sure there will be lots of questions on this one as it is pretty complex, so I'm going to go ahead and pause there.
Thank you, Breeze. Let's see. Do we have questions from commissioners? I don't see any questions so far. I will admit that my head is spinning a bit with this rulemaking and the statute. Maybe I'll go ahead and ask a couple of questions that I had. I'm curious about the thinking. I see the basis for framing this as a unique injury determination because of the language of the statute. But I'm wondering about mitigation measures as to a right that's subordinated. In a case where the hydro right is subordinated to other existing water rights as of that date already, am I right that this rule would allow additional mitigation measures to be imposed on the in-stream right? Maybe my question.
Chair Reeves, I'll weigh in on this.
Sorry.
I want to mention, so Breeze, thank you for laying the foundation for this conversation. I also want to note that we have Mary Graney available, who is our resident expert around hydro, as well as Dwight French, I think, is on as well. So I would welcome any of the three of you to weigh in if I miss any information on responses, or if you have anything to add. But I think, Chair Reeves, on your question, if the hydro right that is being converted under this program has within the water right itself a subordination clause, we think that makes a very simple equation for us, and that we wouldn't, I can't foresee a scenario where additional mitigation would be needed under that scenario, because it would be a pretty clean consideration for us. But I don't know if Mary might have some, there may be some nuances to that I'm not appreciating. So I don't know if Mary, if you have anything to add.
Chair Reeves and members of the commission, I'm Mary Graney with the department. And the way this is implemented matters a great deal whether the hydroelectric right is at the top of the watershed or at the bottom of the watershed. And so we had examples of Powerdale was at the bottom of the watershed. So a lot of the users were above. 6,000 acres worth of orchards were above Powerdale that needed to be assured that their water use could continue. We also have examples where if the hydroelectric project is at the top of the basin, there might not be very many folks up above. And so if there's only a few people, if they have alternative sources of water so that they're not worried about being shut down, if they have storage available to them, because the process is to send out a notice saying the department thinks that this hydroelectric right is going to be moved in stream with a certain priority date. If you're junior to that, You know, do you need mitigation? Do you need some creativity here to be assured that your water will be available to you in the future? And so we're looking for ways for folks to say, yes, I can be satisfied. And if those folks agree with an affidavit that says, yes, I agree that I can be satisfied, then the in-stream right could go in without subordination. But if it cannot be agreed, then the department's going to look at subordinating so that those people can be assured that their water rights prior to October 1999 can be continued. So that's the concept of mitigation.
So, Mary, when you're talking about junior rights in that example, do you mean rights that are before October 23rd, 1999?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not including in that rights after that date.
Correct.
And also, another thing I wondered about is the kind of seasonality question, because I assume that hydro projects are not running 24/7 all year, but in-stream water rights do. So I just wondered if there's, I don't know how to take that into account if I'm a right who's affected by the difference between having a hydro project that might make a call us at a certain time, as opposed to an in-stream water right that could make a call at any time. And I don't know whether hydro projects ever made calls. I don't know whether that's even a thing.
Chair,
I mean, I know they could.
Right. Chair
Right.
Reset's an example, excellent point, because most hydroelectric rights have never made a call for water. They kind of live with what they get, you know, they take what comes and they use it and they put it back in the stream. So in this conversion process, if it is converted in stream, all of a sudden anybody could make a call. And part of the rules deals with that direction to the department. What is this going to require new regulation? So that's what we mean in terms of, are people going to be able to call on this right that were not before, and how does that affect, you know, what's in storage and what's going to be in stream. So yes, that is important, and it's going to be unique to each hydroelectric project.
Right.
You know, what was the history of the use? When was it producing? Was it all year round? And how is that going to affect uses in the future?
Yeah. I have a list. Just checking my list. Commissioner Mall and then Commissioner Lee.
Mine's a procedural question about this vote. So perhaps Commissioner Lee, if you'd like to go first.
I'm fine if you want to go ahead, but otherwise I can go first. Okay. I just wanted to share that I was on several of the RACs from 1995 through 2017, but I don't think that creates a conflict of interest on this vote. I think the way that Mary explained it, looking at each project really on an individual basis, is the only way that it can work. So I agree with Mary's consensus on that. My issue with this is as a result of the current Supreme Court case that said that generators could not lease their water in stream for when they were not operating. And I know that several irrigation districts and other small hydro folks are not able to use their water sometimes once in every 5 years because they're restricted by drought and the water availability. They're restricted by mechanical operations that have to be corrected. And so I totally agree with the department's position that was upheld at the Court of Appeals. And I'm not saying that that's adverse to anything in these rules. I'm just saying that entities are going to have to go to the legislature to correct that particular problem. But I think the rules as they are written are pretty flexible by having a little different injury test than the standard injury test and allowing for broad mitigation.
Commissioner Mall?
Yeah, I have to say with some embarrassment that I do not feel prepared to vote on this. And so I'm going to have to abstain. And my concern is that with Commissioner Quemps also not being here and the input on this that was from the tribes especially, I think there's another level of due diligence that we're not able to do with this vote. My embarrassment is I don't understand it. I don't understand the range of issues enough. Commissioner Reeves, your description of this is a head spin. Mine's in a blender, and it's primarily my lack of preparation. I had trouble making heads or tails of a very limited memo with a tremendous amount of supporting documentation that I have not spent the time to unwind. So I guess my question, if there is one, is to state, if we go to a vote, I will abstain. And two, my question is, what are the consequences of pausing on this and circling back with the commission for a more in-depth walkthrough of scenarios so that we would understand this better? Are there projects that are waiting for this decision that disrupting the momentum would be so problematic that we would really have problems? Or might we buy some more trust in the community of interested parties in this by being more deliberate in the decision? And again, I apologize for my lack of preparation.
Commissioner Mall, you can spend a lot of time preparing for this and still feel confused by it. It is a confounding statute that we're trying to implement, and there are a lot of choices that have to be made. And as you I'm sure have noticed in the record, there are a lot of different perspectives that are being brought to bear on this. I'll look to Breeze and Mary, but my sense is that from a staff perspective, we've spent a lot of time wrestling with this, and so we empathize with your feeling on this. I don't think that it's absolutely mission critical that we get this passed today. I know there is the Powerdale conversion that people want a decision around. It's been sitting out there for quite a long time. So if the commission's will is to dive deeper on this, I think we can accommodate that. I will warn you that I'm not sure you'll come out of this feeling that much more comfortable, and I'm not sure that the stakeholders will feel that much more comfortable about it. This is an issue that has polarized interests, and it is a complex, wicked issue to wrap one's head around. I can tell you from my perspective, I really had to fly a little bit higher in order to be able to go deeper, and that is really orienting myself around trying to help myself understand that we had decisions to make, policy decisions to make, and that the decisions that we will make around this won't be popular with everybody. And I would not be surprised to see some interests pursue either policy or other measures to advance their specific interests around this particular rulemaking. So I'm not sure how helpful that was in terms of a response. And I would weigh in or ask Mary or Breeze or Dwight if I misspoke in any way or if they had anything to add.
Could I just add something first to Joe's point? I do think, I spent a lot of time in the staff report, and I have a list of issues that I identified as being kind of crucial points on which parties disagree. And I was thinking that it's true that it is incredibly complex, and the statute is not a thing of beauty, but the department had to make policy decisions, interpretations of the statute at several points. And I was thinking in terms of presentation to the commission that it might be helpful to be presented with and understand the choice that the department made on some of these key issues. Because right now we're really just kind of flying through this complexity without a lot of understanding of where the parties disagreed specifically and how the department had to make a call, and it did. And the question would be, is there anything in that the commission would want to go in a different direction? I mean, I don't know the answer to that, but it might be helpful to have that background. But I do want to hear particularly, I guess Powerdale is waiting to get a decision made. Dwight's and Mary's opinions about how big of a disruption. But it's, I mean, I do not want to go forward with a commissioner abstaining because it's he doesn't understand it. And I mean, I'm right there. I've got a lot of experience with this stuff and I don't fully understand it, I don't think so. Commissioner Lee, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I was going to say I've spent 22 years on this and I found that the best piece of material to read to get a good understanding is the responses from Mary and her department. And if you go start reading through all of the testimony, it's actually summarized much better and plainer in Mary's discussion. And I tend to agree with Tom, even if we spend a lot more time, it's not going to be clearer from people who haven't been involved in this before.
Chair Reeves, I thank you, Commissioner Lee. I want to emphasize in my comment that I'm not saying that to compel you to make a decision now, but just to give you a fair heads up that this is a complicated issue and we are happy to dive more deeply with the commission on this. We're happy to entertain any questions that you have about the content today. The issues are lined out in the attachments, and so we're prepared to talk through those issues with you today. But if the commission feels strongly that they need more time to digest this, and if they have suggestions on ways that we can better frame the issues for you, again, I think we stand ready to do that, barring any timing issue that I'm not aware of. And so I don't know, Mary, if you want to weigh in on the timing question.
Chair Reeves and Commission, I think the Powerdale issue has been out there a long time. And I think it's better for the commission to understand what the policy choices are that you're making with these rules rather than try and rush through it. I would like to highlight one policy issue, and that is that the statute says the director may include mitigation measures to avoid injury and to ensure the continuation of authorized water uses by other existing rights. We think they meant prior to 1999. So the rules are written to ensure the continuation. You know, the rules change the may ensure to a shall ensure. And this is something that could be, challenged in court if we do this. But the thing that I want to point out is that the fiscal impact statement was written assuming that we would ensure the continuation of those other water rights. Thinking of those 6,000 acres in Hood River and other places around the state, if the commission makes a decision that we don't have to ensure that, we've changed the fiscal impact, and that might require renoticing the rules, because all of a sudden the impacts get very large if you think about a hydroelectric project in Klamath Basin or Willamette Basin or some other parts of the state. And so I noticed, in this years-long process that the Supreme Court did send back to the Energy Facility Siting Committee a set of rules that were challenged in court. It seemed kind of simple. The Siting Commission was trying to streamline, a portion of their rules to say we'll do a different procedure, if certain circumstances. But the Supreme Court sent it back to them saying, you didn't say what the purpose of these rules are. Any rules that passed, there's an opportunity for the public to ask, what's your intent with the rule? And so the commission essentially needs to be able to answer the question, what's your intent? Is your intent to ensure continuation, or maybe include mitigation, maybe not include mitigation? I think that's one of the key issues that you may need some time to wrestle with.
Commissioner Mall, did you want to add something?
Just as a follow-up, thank you, Chair Reeves. Just as a follow-up to Tom, thanks for your perspective. I really value that. I come a little bit from the wildlife population biology modeling world. And so when you're looking at as a salmon or a grizzly bear population or something is going to persist, you have variables. And in some ways, the decisions in this policy are like variables in a population model. And one of the things you try and do is test the sensitivity, that if this variable is really wrong, this assumption is really wrong, how does that shift your end? How wrong could you be about the persistence of a population or its health? And so I guess I hear in your comment, Tom, what I would like a little more analysis on, very concretely. What's the likelihood that any of the provisions in these rules are going to lead to 5 more lawsuits that tie us up and have us going back to the legislature for additional, DOJ funding, for example? Have we done that? If we had, and we have the time now, I'd love to hear that. But that's the kind of analysis that I think would be really helpful for the commission going forward on these sorts of things. And so those are the things that concern me, that in passing something like this, purely selfishly, I just don't understand the implications for that kind of sensitivity. What could we be inviting in terms of future lawsuit or lost faith with different sectors of the public?
Commissioner Mall, or Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mall, if I may, we can give you our sense of that. It would be fairly speculative. And I don't know the minds of the stakeholders and how far they want to take their issues, but I do think that this particular statute, which is one of the more creative statutes I've had to try to implement in some time, on top of a body of already complex law, I think it presents some pretty stark choices, and the real balance here is the charge for us to develop rules that can convert these hydroelectric rights to in-stream purposes. How do we quantify those? And then balancing that with how do we protect that category of rights, those October 23rd, 1999 that existed at that time. How do we quantify those, and how do we adequately protect those under an injury test and that kind of modified language in the statute, which provides, in our view, some suggestion that we're doing more than just a kind of standard injury review. And so to me, that's really the challenge, and there are choices to make within that. And those choices will please some stakeholders and not others. And what they'll do with that, it's hard to predict.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I do recall at several of the RAC meetings, the Attorney General's, the Department of Justice person working with water did attend those meetings, so has some knowledge of how that might be impacted. My concern is that pre-existing rights are protected through mitigation or through other purposes, so that we're not harming people. And so this really does need a special injury test. Thank you.
So I think, I don't know how useful this would be. I mean, maybe we can start talking about these central issues that are subjects of dispute that are kind of framing how we go forward. One of which is, I think, what are the rights to be protected? The size of the rights, for example. Is it literally what was fully developed on October 23rd, 1999, or is it the full size of a water right that was in place, that existed on October 23rd, 1999? That's a major first question, and the department made a call, as it had to, about that. Whether the bypass flows are included in the right that's to be converted is another right. or another issue. The department made a call on that. And so I guess where I'm headed with this is that I think if we, and maybe it's feasible to do it today, or start the process today at least. But if we had some conversation about what those central issues were and how the department resolved them and why, that would be. And I think it's true. The response, the department's responses to comments document really was very helpful. So maybe if we can, I don't know whether we have time even today to start going through these. I personally think going forward with commissioners not having a good understanding of the underlying calls that were made and why they were made isn't a great practice.
Chair Reeves, it would be helpful for staff if the commission wants to defer this to a future meeting to get some feedback on what we could do better to help you understand the issues. Our attachment number 7, I think, was our attempt to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's something we could do differently, it would be helpful for us to hear that.
Yeah. I think that attachment 7 was very helpful. And my only addition would be to do something kind of categorical that lays that out. And maybe if we're going to take this up again at the next meeting, before acting on it, to have a presentation that deals with the specific issues and then, talks about how the department made the call and why they made the call. I think Mary's description of the Powerdale project and it being at the bottom of the system and the kind of effect it has is very helpful in terms of thinking about injury and continuation of existing uses, which is what the statute tells us to think about, right?
Chair Reeves,
Yes.
Thank you. That's helpful. And maybe there's some visual aids that we could create that would help with this and some categories. I guess if any commissioners today have specific issues that they think are higher priorities that they really want us to wrestle with, that would be helpful rather than us preparing on each comment and each issue.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a subset that folks want us to focus on,
Right.
that would be helpful to know.
One other thing that I'm interested in, and because I honestly had just never thought about it before, and it seems clear that this is the department's practice, but the notion of an in-stream water right being not additive. And the only way that this seems slightly different is that typically we get applications for in-stream water rights from agencies whose job it is to say, we need this in-stream water right in this amount for this purpose. It's kind of a biologically or recreationally or water quality focused. And this water right is kind of dropped out of the sky. It's not attached to a purpose when it comes to us. And that's what got me thinking about whether the not additive part still makes sense. I don't know the answer, but it's something I thought about, and you guys had to make a call. I understand that. But if we could talk about it.
Yeah, we have to make a call.
Right.
we're going to be asking
make
you.
A call. Exactly.
And so it's important that you understand that issue and understand that our charge here is how do we protect those October 23rd, 1999 rights,
right.
However we quantify those.
Right.
But also bear in mind, as Mary mentioned earlier, this is a big deal. This statute's been out there a long time, and it's a big deal that it's going to start getting implemented because there may be instances out there, whether it's Powerdale or others, those post October 23rd, 1999 water rights may be under a much different regime. And that is built into the statute. And so there's going to be, this is a big statute to implement. We have a lot of choices associated with how we find the balance between what is converted for the hydro right to in-stream purposes and how we protect that category of users. But even beyond that, the implications, I think, from a policy standpoint on how this could impact those post 1999 water rights, I think there's going to be some longer conversations ahead outside of this rulemaking,
Right.
implementation of the statute.
Outside of this, yeah, they might be happening in a different building, I suspect, but yeah. Well, those were the, and I think the idea of, I don't really get that. It sounds like there are some hydro rights that are within, by their terms, subordinated to other existing rights, and that they could get handled differently than those that are not, and how the mitigation opportunity works in each of those cases. Like in the subordination case, maybe it's unnecessary. In the not subordinated case, maybe mitigation measures are necessary. So, oh, and the other thing I wondered about was the director hearing exceptions from the final order if there's a contested case. I did see that throughout the statute, throughout 534A, 43A, I think the commission hears exceptions like in decommissioning cases, for example, but or in maybe in other hydro cases, and just whether I see that there's nothing in here that says the commission has to hear exceptions on this specific issue, but that I think that makes it an option for the commission. So again, another call I think the department made about how to go on that. So I think for me, those were the kinds of things that I identified in my own head as being calls that need to be made. And other commissioners may have other thoughts on that.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, for highlighting some issues of interest, and I appreciate the deep dive that you did to ferret those out. I want to apologize to the other commissioners that if you don't feel prepared, that's really on us as a staff, and it's on me to help you get there. So I apologize that you don't feel ready for this today. And we are happy to talk more about any of the issues that you want to talk about today, or we are happy to bring this back and look for better ways to help you navigate through some of the sticky policy questions associated with this rulemaking.
Commissioner Mall?
I have a motion to make, and Chair Reeves, I would move that we table this discussion and call the vote until the June meeting. And within that, request that staff consider in the likely legislative budget associated May meeting that we also convene around a dive into some of the risks and benefits of the current legislation, understanding that commissioners in the interim will contact staff with suggestions for questions that they would like answered at that time.
Commissioner Mall, I want to clarify, make sure I understand the motion. Moving to table and then to the June meeting, but taking up in the interim the kind of deep dive that we're at a May meeting, a deeper dive on the rules. Is that what you?
That's correct. If we are already likely convening in May for a brief, it was described earlier as maybe an hour or so for the policy option packages in the budget, that we extend that interim meeting for some discussion along these lines, so that by the June meeting we are better prepared, and those of us that aren't personally prepared, not because of what you did or didn't do, Tom, but because of our own due diligence. So just using that June meeting to workshop this so that using the May meeting to workshop this so that by the June meeting, we can have a more efficient, effective, inclusive, again, thinking of Commissioner Quemp's vote.
Is there a second for this motion? Then we can talk about.
I second the motion.
Commissioner Kahara seconds. So I'm hesitating only because of the, I don't know, maybe that is, I don't know. I'm hesitating about the taking it up twice more, taking up the matter twice more. In other words, adding that to the May meeting and then voting in June, or yeah, June. Commissioner Lee, did you have more feedback on this?
Yes, I could go with the motion except for the portion of bringing this into the May meeting. I think this is going to be a lengthy discussion, and to try to do a piece of it at a time is not as productive as looking at all of it piece by piece and then melding it together. So I would like to amend the motion to exclude the May portion if the motion maker would agree.
Chair Reeves, I accept that proposed amendment.
Okay. So then the motion would be to table the vote today and take the matter up for decision at the June meeting with some further discussion and discussion of the kind of policy choices that had to be made, the crucial decisions that had to be made, proposed to us by the department, and then that the commission will need to make.
I think that's an accurate
That makes
description
sense.
of the motion as amended.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a second for that motion? I don't know.
I'll continue to second
All right,
it.
thank you. Thank you. I'm getting close to the end of my Robert's Rules of Order expertise here. So, Tom, do you have any reaction to this motion before we vote?
Chair Reeves, I'm fine with that. It certainly is. It's always an alternative, and I really want you all to feel as comfortable as you can with the decision that you have in front of you. And if we want to build more time and we can spend some time at the staff level of thinking about how we can better present these issues to you and help you navigate through them, there are choices, that's for sure. We're happy to do that. One thing I would remind you all of is that the public comment record is closed on this rulemaking. So between now and June, please be careful about, this is not a time to receive new information from any members of the public around this issue. The record is closed.
Okay, that's a good reminder. Thanks, Tom. Okay, so let's take a vote on this motion. I'm just going to go across my screen again. Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
And Commissioner Reeves is yes as well. I think that that Commissioner Quemps is not with us still. He had to step away for a while. So the motion carries. Commissioner Mall?
Again, I want to apologize for my lack of preparation, and I recognize as someone that is often encouraging the staff to think strategically and act with discretion and these sorts of things, that the shoe's on the other foot for me on this one. However, to the larger question, Tom, of how, to me, a question of how we spend time in these meetings, I would request that we spend less time simply receiving updates on issues that are covered in the packet that aren't really asking for commission decisions, and more time devoted in the meetings in general to these sorts of things. So longer periods, probably fewer agenda items, but really focus and create the space for back and forth on these, which have implications that I think are far beyond. I mean, the implications of this in my mind for the future of in-stream work is really warrants that. So that's the request that I make. And again, my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Can I also just add to Mary, I don't want you to leave here thinking that you did not lay this stuff out. It's just that Exhibit 7 was really helpful, and it's just very confusing stuff to people who haven't been steeped in it for
Absolutely
months and months. So thank you for all your efforts. We do appreciate it.
I'd like to echo that. Thank you very much for your explanation. And again, this is I agree. This is for us to just do make sure we're doing our due diligence and understanding.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chair Reeves and commissioners, I fully get it. And poor Mary has had to deal with lots of questions from me over the past year, trying to unwrap my head around this. So I know where you're coming from, and we'll do what we can to help you navigate through this and understand the choices that are at stake here.
All right, thank you, Breeze and Mary, both, and Tom. And now we're going to take a break. Wow, we somehow ended up not very far behind. Oh, yes, we did. Okay, how about if we come back at 11:05? Is that enough time, commissioners? We come back 11:05. All right, let's do that. Thanks, everybody. All right, it's 11:05. So let's go ahead and get started with agenda item K, which is evaluation of place-based integrated water resources planning. Let's see, Kim and Steve, you are here and ready to go. Do you want to get started and introduce? We have a guest with us today too as a panelist. Great, thank you.
I'll get us started. Good morning, Chair Reeves and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Kim Fritz-Ogren, and I'm the manager of the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section at the Water Resources Department. And today with me is Steve Perrett, the Department Planning Coordinator. And today I have the pleasure of introducing Rebecca McLean with the National Policy Consensus Center, who will present the results of the participatory evaluation of the pilot phase of place-based integrated water resources planning, also called place-based planning for short. Before Rebecca shares the results, I wanted to just give a little bit of comment to provide context for this evaluation. The legislature provided the department with the authority and resources to pilot place-based planning in the summer of 2015, and that authority sunsets in June 2023. As such, the department initiated an assessment to gather information to consider as we work to think about and work with others on what the future of state-supported water planning may include. And an independent evaluation of the pilot phase of place-based planning is a critical component of that assessment because we want to make sure that we are building upon the lessons of that experience. We contracted with researchers at the National Policy and Consensus Center for the evaluation. And you can find a copy of their draft report as attachment 1 of the item K staff report. We're really grateful for all who participated in the evaluation, as well as for Rebecca and her team's work. So now I'd like to turn things over to Rebecca to share more about the evaluation and its findings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Chair Reeves, for giving me the opportunity to review our findings from the participatory evaluation today. And I would like to, before I get started, first acknowledge Kim Fitz-Ogren, Steve Perrett, and Harmony Burright for initiating the evaluation and also for the support they've provided along the way. And in addition, I'd also like to acknowledge the contribution and support provided by the conveners of the 4 pilot planning groups during the evaluation. And most importantly, I'd like to thank the planning group members and the state agency staff who so generously contributed their time and input about their experiences and perspectives about place-based planning. And lastly, I'd like to also thank Sadie Boyers, who's our project assistant and done a great deal of work to help make this evaluation possible. And also for our partners, Emily Jane Davis and Jess Downey at Oregon State University, who have provided input throughout the evaluation. So without further ado, I will begin the presentation. Let's see, here we go. Great. Let's see. Slide. Okay. All right. So the first question is, before we begin looking at the results, is it's important to understand, what's the context in which this program began. And so I'll just give a very brief reminder for us. Basically, it was set up, as Kim said, in 2015. But if we go back to 2012, the Integrated Water Strategy came up with the idea that it's really important because each river basin is unique to have place-based level planning to deal with Oregon's water management challenges. And the idea is to engage communities in helping to develop ways to meet their in-stream and out-of-stream needs. And also, it also provides the opportunity for water managers to interact with those who are in those places and to be able to help them to come up with water resource plans that can help meet those needs. And finally, it's important that these be voluntary and also be able to inform the statewide strategy. So if we look at the legislation that deals with the pilot program, there are certain purposes and principles that are laid out, and it's against these that the evaluation was done. So I'll just briefly go over those, but one, the plans must be developed in collaboration with a balanced representation of interest. Second, they must balance the current and future in-stream and out-of-stream needs. They need to provide actions that are consistent with state law and water resource policy, and they have to facilitate implementing local solutions. They also need to have an open and transparent process that fosters participation, and they're to be developed in consultation with the Oregon Water Resources Department. So in doing the evaluation, what we did set out to do was to look at how the process met these purposes and principles. So as you know, there were 4 groups that were set up to do place-based planning. They were funded in 2015 and then began work in 2016. Initially, the program was to sunset in 2019. That was extended to 2023. So the 4 groups are the Lower John Day Place-Based Partnership, the Upper Grand Ronde Watershed Partnership, and then the Harney County Collaborative Planning, and then Mid-Coast Water Planning Partnership. So before we get into the results, it's important to know what a participatory evaluation is and also what it isn't. The key thing about a participatory evaluation is that rather than the evaluation being done primarily from the standpoint of a more or less objective outside observer, it engages the participants themselves in doing the evaluation. And why do we do that? The idea is by doing that, those are the people who know the most about how the program worked and how the program didn't work. And the idea is by having them engaged, not just in providing input about it, but also designing the questions that are used for the evaluation, we'll end up with results that are more useful, more relevant, and more credible, and therefore likely to result in suggestions that people can move forward with. So a participatory evaluation is a reflection process, and it emphasizes learning rather than judging. And the idea is that we wanted to identify areas where there needs to be some improvement, and by identifying those areas, we can then work to fix them. The other thing about a participatory evaluation is it typically looks at the process of how the program worked, as well as the outcomes of a program. And lastly, a participatory evaluation, it doesn't have to take place after a program has been completed. It can also take place during the program as a way to have adaptive management. So the guiding questions for a participatory evaluation are: how did the program work? In what ways did it work well? In what ways did it not work well? And what can we do to improve the program going forward? So for this participatory evaluation, we began work in March of 2021, just about a year ago. And we started off with a set of scoping interviews and design workshops. Those were held with the state staff who participated in the program, and also with participants in the planning groups themselves. And we talked with roughly 25 people during that stage. And the idea was they helped us come up with the questions that we then used in the evaluation. Then the next stage of the process was to hold a series of workshops with the planning groups, and those were held in fall 2021, and we had roughly 47 people who provided their input on that, more or less evenly split between the 4 planning groups. We held different workshops for each of the planning groups. And then in the winter, in January, we had a workshop with the state agency staff, 22 people from roughly 5 or 6 agencies primarily OWRD, but also ODA, ODQ, and ODFW, and OHA. And DLCD were also represented. And then we, in February, sent out an online survey. This was to the planning groups. The idea behind the survey was to capture people who maybe hadn't been able to participate in the workshop, and also to provide people an opportunity to answer some questions that might have been too sensitive for them to answer in a group setting. We had 35 people respond to that. And again, it was more or less evenly distributed across the 4 groups. So what were the topics that we looked at? So, and keep in mind, these are the topics that the planning group members and the state agency staff developed in combination with us. So there were 3 main topics. One had to do with how the planning groups were structured, their function, and the way their processes worked. So there was 4 different topics under that, having to do with the balance of interest, how well was that addressed, decision-making process, transparency and openness, and sorry, just a second. And then the capacity of the planning group to carry out the place-based planning. And then the second major topic was the state had to do with state guidance and support and how that worked for the groups. And we looked at 4 subtopics there: the local state partnership and how people perceive that and how well that worked. The 5-step framework, which was the core of the process. We also looked at various elements of state support, ranging from financial assistance to technical assistance to kind of learning opportunities and a variety of other things. And then 4th topic under that major topic was what was the agency capacity to be able to do this type of program. And then the 3rd major topic was the outcomes, and then kind of looking ahead to implementation and what should happen with the pilot program. So under that topic, we looked at the outcomes, we looked at implementation challenges, and we asked also questions about how to go about tracking success of these action plans. And then finally, our final question had to do with the value of place-based planning and how people perceive that. Oops. So we can't cover everything, all the results of this study, because there were, it's huge, actually, a lot of rich detail. If you take a look at the report, you'll get a sense for kind of the range of use. We try to capture as many perspectives as we could to give everyone a chance to weigh in. So for the purposes of this particular presentation, I'm going to just focus on 3 things. 1 is the planning outcomes, 2 is the 5-step framework, and 3 is the value of place-based planning as viewed from the perspective of the participants. So when it comes to the outcomes of place-based planning, so one of the outcomes is 3 of the groups have actually produced plans. 1 was just recognized by the commission yesterday, and 2 are in the midst of review. So the one that was recognized was the Upper Grand Ronde. The Lower John Day and Mid-Coast plans are under review right now by the state agencies. And then Harney Basin, the Harney Basin group is in the midst of preparing their groundwater portion of their integrated water plan. And I will say they had a particular set of issues that they had to deal with in the middle of a groundwater crisis. So they went a slightly different direction than the other 3 groups. So besides these plans, and what are some of the other outcomes? So one of the things that people emphasized in the discussions was that this process enabled them to develop pathways forward that would allow their places to achieve water resources goals that they had identified. And also, very importantly, they've been able already to leverage funding for implementing the action plans. So those are 2 huge wins, if you will. And then also, quite importantly, people really emphasize this. This process enabled them to bring together diverse water interests that previously had not worked together. And this, as you know, they emphasize that this will allow them to get better buy-in for implementing the plans, so that these aren't going to be plans that just sit on the shelf, but actually will lead to some action on the ground. Also, quite importantly, from both the state and from the local group perspective, they identified data gaps that need to be filled. And some of the groups have collected data to fill some of those key data gaps already. And then another key outcome was developing this broad network of individuals and groups that are knowledgeable and active in water planning. And that may not sound like a big deal, but it's actually really, really important, because it will provide that foundation that's needed to move forward. And very importantly, the process, because the state agencies and the groups work closely together, there was, at the beginning, things were a bit tense, but over time, the agency staff have begun to understand better local needs, and the locals have begun to better understand what the agency constraints are and what the agencies can and cannot do. So moving on to the next topic, the 5-step framework was the core of pilot place-based planning. And this framework had, so the 5 steps were, to begin with, step 1 was to build this collaborative and inclusive process. So the group sat down and developed governance agreements and figured out the ground rules for how they were going to go about doing the planning, and also bringing in the balance of interests that needed to be involved. This was a fairly elaborate step. And then step 2 was gathering the information that was needed to understand the current water resources, and then also to identify gaps in knowledge. And step 3 was examining the current and future water needs. And again, it was for both in-stream and out-of-stream. And for step 4 was to develop and prioritize strategic and integrated solutions to meet the water needs. And step 5 was creating a local integrated water resources plan. And I go over that in some detail, just because this was the core of the process. And a lot of the conversations that we had with people addressed what were some of the shortcomings of this framework, and then also what suggestions that they have for improving it. So some of the challenges of this, people noted that the initial guidelines were rather vague. I will say, however, that those initial guidelines were intentionally left vague because the state wanted to provide maximum flexibility for the local groups to be able to figure out how they could best do this type of planning. There were high levels of distrust in some areas, and that was distrust between the local groups and between the state agencies, but also within the local groups. There was, and this was a challenge just in terms of being able to, move forward with just getting the planning done. There were some issues about distrust of the data that the state provided as well. There was challenge just achieving a balance of interest. That's very hard to do. And one of the general consensus within the evaluation was that needs to be more training on how to do this, both on the part of state agencies and on the part of the groups themselves. All of the groups had consensus decision-making. And again, that was a challenging aspect, people noted. And they felt that it was really important to have skilled facilitators. That wasn't always possible, and sometimes due to funding issues and or availability, especially of locally based skilled facilitators. One of the effects of consensus decision-making was it tended to slow down the process, and people noted that that was true. On the other hand, they noted that that was important for buy-in as well. Step 2 and step 3 were perhaps the 2 most criticized steps of the process. without, I think everybody said basically that they took far too long to complete. And there were a number of reasons why this was the case. A lot of the data that was needed to be able to do those steps wasn't available. Alternatively, it was difficult to locate, or it was challenging for the groups to do the analysis. And also, as I mentioned earlier, there was some skepticism in some of the places about the data that was provided by state agencies, and the state agency had to work to explain how the data was collected and why it was, a valid set of data. So step 4, mostly the issue that came up around step 4 was that it was difficult to do prioritization, and there's a need for decision support assistance for how to do that. And lastly, step 5, there was a fair number of people mentioned that they felt that there wasn't sufficient clarity about what the state expected from the groups in terms of their action plans, and that there's a need for clearer sideboards as to what should be included in the action plans. And lastly, people felt there was a need for implementation guidance. So if we were to revise that step framework, this is what people proposed. They proposed a step 0, which would consist of building a time that was before the actual planning started, where people would have a chance to build relationships between the state agencies and the local planning groups, and also, excuse me, within the local planning groups themselves. And then also during this kind of preliminary phase, it would be really important for the state agencies to put together a set of data and data analyses that the groups could then plug into their plan development. Let's see, step 1, people agreed that that was absolutely essential. They felt that some training in how to put together governance agreements, more training actually, and also facilitation training would be very helpful for that particular step. And they felt that that is a step that should be ongoing. Step 2 and 3, virtually unanimous that people felt that those two should be combined. And if those were combined together with having the data prepared in advance, or at least some of the data prepared in advance, would go a great long ways toward simplifying the process, streamlining the process. Step 4, mainly the issue was to make sure that people understood better how to go about prioritizing solutions. And then step 5, people, as long as the sideboards are clear, step 5, of course, was considered important. And then what people felt was missing and could be really helpful was some guidance for plan implementation. So the last question that we asked people in all the workshops was, is place-based planning a good approach to water planning? And essentially the answers to that question fell into 3 categories. There were what I would call the enthusiasts, and those were people who were, extremely pleased with the process. And an example here, I'll just read it out. One person said, place-based planning is a great start. This is the first step to making a collaborative, cooperative community approach to a pretty serious issue. Everyone has different opinions and viewpoints. Not everyone will agree. The first part is getting to the table. It's a great first step in the right direction. So a second response to the question was kind of more qualified, that it's more of a qualified success. And speaking from the standpoint of one of the DEQ participants, DEQ concluded that place-based planning is an effective approach or tool to implement the integrated water resources strategy. However, the state and planning partnerships must recognize early on the potential complexity and scale dependency of the approach. And so with the evaluation, one of the things that comes out in the report is all the different ways in which people felt that the program could be improved. So they felt it was a good program, but there are things that need to happen before it will be really an effective program. Then there were the skeptics, and these were people, an example was one here is place-based planning can help address some of the shortages in in-stream and out-of-stream use, but this work won't have much impact on them due to regulatory processes needing reform. So the skeptics essentially fell into two categories: those who felt that regulatory reform needed to take priority, that place-based planning wouldn't be that valuable unless you had that. And then there were also the people who felt that because water is a state resource, that having a locally based approach to water planning was that excludes people who are not from the place was not a good idea. So this was a spectrum of perspectives that fell out on that question. So what are some of the key lessons learned? I can't go over all the key lessons that we identified, but I'll go over 5. So one of the key lessons was that place-based water planning is a useful tool for water resources management, but what it should look like will vary depending on the context. So one of the things that people really emphasize that it's really important to clarify what water planning in a prospective project area is meant to accomplish. And then once you know what it's meant to accomplish, to explore the suite of place-based planning, or it could also be other planning approaches, and select an approach that's appropriate for achieving those objectives. And a good example is the Harney Basin case, which Harney Basin was in this groundwater crisis, and doing the integrated water planning perhaps was not the thing for them to be doing at this time. They really needed to be focused on the groundwater issues, and that is actually, in fact, what they ended up doing, while also trying to do the other aspects of water planning as well. Second key lesson, place-based integrated water planning is complex. The skills and capacities within the local planning group need to align with place-based integrated water planning needs. So one of the things that came out in the evaluation is that some of the groups had some of the areas of expertise that were needed to do this kinds of planning, and some of them all of them had some of the expertise, but none of them had all of the areas of expertise that they needed. And in some cases, the state agencies weren't able to provide the expertise either. But at a minimum, what are the skills that would be required? Just thinking about it and listening to what people said to us, we conclude that there needs to be project management, community engagement skills, facilitation skills, knowledge, water scientist, ecologist, and a biologist, and a technical plan writer that has knowledge of water issues. And I won't say that there aren't others that might also be needed in some areas, but these are, I would say, the kind of bare minimum. And the ones that are really, really lacking are the community engagement and facilitation in these areas. And the technical plan writers, the groups ended up hiring outside consulting firms to do those, which is fine. I mean, it's one way to fill that gap, but that needs to be there. So for each planning area, need to identify the blend of skills that are needed. And then this is a crucial point. It's important to select the participants for a balance of interest, but also for the balance of skills that are needed in order to be able to do this work well. Third lesson, a situational assessment of the prospective planning areas needs to be done in advance to scope out the area's water situation as well as its collaborative and technical capacity. And so this type of foundational work to plan would include building the trust relations between the state agencies and communities, identifying the strategies for filling those gaps in the local and state core competencies, developing the data and analyses that are tailored to the planning area's needs, developing context appropriate planning guidance, and creating those training materials that would be needed and that are tailored to fill those gaps that exist in capacity and knowledge and skill sets. So another key thing that came out across the board was that steady and adequate levels of state funding for both local planning groups and the core state agencies are critical. So one of the things that came out was that, speaking specifically for the core state agencies, so OWRD had good funding for this, but the other, there are three sister agencies, ODA, ODQ, and ODFW, and their funding for it was not adequate. And as a result, their participation in the planning groups was sporadic at times, and this people felt was a real disadvantage. Would have been very helpful if they had been able to participate at a much higher level. So the planning groups also need to be able to have dedicated staff to do the core activities such as project management, planning coordination, facilitation, and technical report writing. So all of that funding is critical to be able to do. And not only should the funding levels be there, but also they need to be consistent. Some of the groups didn't have adequate funding, and in midstream, they ended up having to spend a great deal of time looking for additional funds, which detracted from their ability to be able to complete their plans. And lastly, state capacity to engage in place-based planning needs to be institutionalized. So by this, I mean that the organizational cultures of the agencies need to be adapted to working in these locally led planning processes. As you know, the states typically, or the agencies typically have been run on a kind of top-down model. This needs to change so that they can work better with the communities. It requires support from mid and upper level leadership. Also greater integration within the agencies vertically and alignment of work plan priorities across the agencies. And agency staff will need to acquire new skills. Ones that were mentioned specifically by the people that we talked with were how to engage communities in place-based planning and how to build trust between state agencies and community members. So I came up with a diagram that kind of tries to lay out what some of the core issues were in terms of affecting how well the program worked. And at the top, you've got the capacity of the agencies, you've got the capacity of the planning groups, and at the beginning, the trust level between those two groups was low. And then you have some key factors that came out in the evaluation as the main things that hindered their ability to do this planning quickly in the time that was allocated. One was the limited guidance and unclear sideboards. Then there were these data issues, which there were several, gaps in data, difficulties sourcing data, skepticism about the data that had to be overcome, and then analyzing the data. And then at the planning group level, there were challenges balancing the interests that were represented and also challenges with consensus. So all of those things led to a planning horizon that was much longer than anticipated. None of the groups finished their plans by 2019, the original date. As a result of this long horizon, there was insufficient funding, the funding that people, even those groups that initially had sufficient funding, this was too long of a planning horizon, and they ran out, they had to get more. There was also planning group member attrition and staff turnover, and all of that led to more delays in planning, and you had this vicious cycle that was created. So, but the good news is we're in a different situation now. So agency capacity has really changed in a positive direction. There's more funding that's coming to the agencies to be able to do this type of work. There's, and therefore more staff available to participate. Over the years, they've gained expertise in areas that they didn't previously had. There's interagency coordination that wasn't there before, some leadership buy-in that wasn't there before, and gradually seeing some changes in agency culture. I'm not going to talk about the planning group capacity because this really is a situation of, okay, this is like if we were to go forward with this. So these would be different planning groups than the ones that are currently here. And so we don't yet know what their capacities are. But there's also been improved trust. There's clearer guidance now. There's clearer sideboards. There's been some of the gaps in data have been filled. Understanding of where to get data from is improved, and analyses that need to be done. It's better understanding of what needs to be done and how to do it. It's still going to be complicated to balance interests and do consensus decision making. That's always going to be true. But ultimately, if one were to, let's say, choose another few planning groups to do this, given where the situation is now compared to where it was in 2015, the planning horizon should be greatly shortened. So the funding levels should be more sufficient. The likelihood that you'll retain members is much greater. The likelihood there'll be staff turnover in the time in which the planning takes place is lower. And therefore you end up with a virtuous cycle where the planning process can actually take place within a much more reasonable time period. So I'd like to end with a final takeaway, and that is that integrated water planning is important, but it's complex and it's hard to do. And Oregon has tried doing top-down water planning in the past, but it didn't work well. And that's why place-based planning was developed to deal with as an alternative. And through the pilot program, the planning groups and agencies have learned a lot about what works well and what doesn't work so well. And many of the weaknesses are either already being addressed or can be addressed in the future. And a key takeaway is that the state agencies need a longer time horizon to prepare for this type of program. That was one of the main stumbling blocks. There wasn't enough time at the beginning to figure out what these groups would actually need. Now we know that, but there still needs to be time to prepare for the next phase of place-based planning, and the time to do that is now. And with that, I want to end, and I want to end by saying that I was struck by how engaged the planning group members and the state agency staff were in doing the evaluation, and the impact or the input throughout from the planning group members and the state agency staff has been extremely thoughtful. People clearly care a lot about this work. They care a lot about whether or not they're going to be able to address the water needs in their area in a way that is balanced, in a way that takes into consideration a variety of interests. And there's a clear concern about how this can be done in a way that is that's going to be able to provide the needs for everybody, but yet harm none, as one of the participants said in one of the workshops. And with that, I'd like to thank you. We welcome any questions that you have. I will say we're in the midst of finalizing the report. We wanted to give the participants a chance to weigh in on the draft, and we will be submitting it to OWRD on the 31st. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. That was an excellent presentation. I'm just looking to see if we have hands up among the commissioners for Commissioner Smitherman. Did you have a comment?
I was just clapping for that presentation. Yeah, sorry. No, obviously a lot of work, a lot of constraints in some areas, and I assume that COVID did not help with that situation and meeting up with those groups and keeping that going. So thank you very much for this in-depth report. Obviously there's a lot more to do, and hopefully we can keep moving this program forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quemps and then Commissioner Mall.
I think we can go with Commissioner Mall first, please.
All right, take it away, Joe.
Thank you. thanks, Rebecca, for the presentation and the work that went into it. That was a lot to digest, I'm sure. So I appreciate the energy that you brought to that. My questions are, excuse me, a phone is ringing. My questions looking ahead are I guess, twofold. One, Kim, perhaps you can address this, that question of community process. I'm wondering if out of this, say, I mentioned it yesterday too, Ford Family Foundation and their work on community leadership and facilitation and trust building is a route you see us being able to take, because I think it's proven effective in a lot of other settings, and there is a great deal of trust, I think, built by them. And then I just would love to hear your reflections on what I hear is this tension on one hand between a quote top-down planning process and real dissatisfaction with the lack of clarity of objectives from the department early on. And I wonder, how confident are we going forward that we can maybe be far less prescriptive of process, which I think we were. You hear the 5 steps you need to take, and here, the fact that the Upper Grand Run's document first included the whole handbook up front was a sign to me that the process was prescriptive, but the outcomes in this feedback weren't. How do we stand there? Can we deal with that going forward? Thanks.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mall, on the first question of community capacity and other partner organizations, I think we're very interested in working with others in building that community capacity. Unfortunately, I don't think the Ford Family Foundation is going to be one of those. I know one of our planning groups has reached out to the Ford Family Foundation to see about getting money, and I think they're going in a different direction for what they want to invest in. They invested in our learning partnership, and that was a success, but I think their priorities are elsewhere. One area where state agencies may be able to play a role, but I think it still needs to be scoped, is House Bill 3293 was passed in this past summer, and that creates the authority for state agencies to use existing funding opportunities to help pay for community engagement plans, which I think could help support and build community capacity as folks do water planning and implementation moving forward. On your second item of that tension between a desire for flexibility and less of a top-down model, and then also a request for more clear guidance and structure, I think we still need to work out where that place is, but what has been great in learning with our partner communities is up front. At first it was, we want the guidelines to be really flexible. We know how to do this and figure it out. And then this realization of, we need to sort it out together and figure out where do we need to have some minimum structure for process, minimum structure for outcomes. And I think the details of that, I'm looking forward to working with others in landing on what's the right level there. And I'll also note that Steve has done some work in talking with other states about how they've handled that issue. And a key takeaway is often other states have gone on this same journey where they started out with maybe more flexibility and then have pivoted to having more structure, but still trying to avoid being overly prescriptive in a way that would hinder innovation or hinder being able to adapt to the needs of a place.
Thank you. As I think about this, I have a quick follow-up. Has a similar reflection been offered to staff, especially field staff in these basins, to gauge, for example, how the place-based planning process has affected their ability or perspective on the work that they're doing?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Mall, field staff and a number of technical staff who work in different geographic locations were invited to participate in the evaluation and did participate in the evaluation. So they had some space to do that. I also know just from other conversations and work that there's a lot, the agency is being asked to do a lot of things right now. And there's this tension as well of supporting efforts like place-based planning and then carrying out the other duties that are necessary and required of different agencies. And I think Rebecca highlighted some of that in agencies needing to learn to take a new role, but also, respect that we have these other regulatory functions and roles as well that we're obligated to carry out.
Commissioner Quimps, sorry, I was on mute. Commissioner Quimps, are you ready?
Yes, thank you,
Yeah.
Chair Reeves. So thank you for the report, very good. And I was looking at, thinking of some of the content in the slides and wondering between documenting the range of comments from the enthusiasts and skeptics and, our increased data collection around these efforts, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to kind of, what's the term, kind of harvest information from these planning processes that might inform policies that are helpful for the stakeholders. Because if we're saying that each, place-based planning effort is warranted because each place is unique, it suggests to me that there might be a benefit to developing localized policies that provide, predictability and kind of standards for the local stakeholders. And then I have a second question after that. So is there that kind of content you think we could actually develop policy statements that might be useful to those regional stakeholders?
Is that a question for me or?
That's a question for any of the presenters or the director.
I think I will defer to Kim on that because she's more knowledgeable about local policies.
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Quimps, I hesitate a little bit because this is one of those other areas of tension and sorting out. So place-based planning is a voluntary process that needs to reside within state law. And that was a sideboard set at the very beginning. These plans do not change policy and law, but they can recommend changes to policy and law and then enter into that process. And I think whether a plan makes those recommendations has varied depending on the plan. So like in reflecting on the Upper Grand Ronde plan, I don't think they have statements on local policy. They're pursuing a different set of strategies. But I also know in the case of the Harney, they are making a number of recommendations for policy changes. So once again, it might vary depending on the place. But then also an important sideboard on the outset was that these plans didn't change policy. So there's that potential, but this program wasn't set up to do that.
I was just thinking that, and policy development is challenging, especially when around things like surface and groundwater connections. But it just occurred to me during the presentation that if you have the community expressing its needs and challenges, and if you're learning more from data collection, it might support policy development that might be regional and helpful to them. So I suppose it could down the road, that's not an explicit goal of the process, but I suspect it develops information that could be useful down the road in policy development. And then
Yes,
go ahead.
Definitely very, very helpful in identifying those areas down the road. And it maybe speaks to Commissioner Mall's comment earlier of defining more the outcomes of like what these plans will achieve. And if that is a explicit desired outcome, that it does inform like regional policies, be good to be really clear up front so that planning groups and state agencies know that that's the intended purpose.
right, to be fair to the group, to the stakeholders.
Mhm.
And to be clear that there would just be recommendations, it wouldn't be a full policy. And then the other comment I had is that in the concluding slide, if the state agencies need a longer time horizon, I think learning from this process could help. You know, we could take comments like that and feed that into the 100-year vision or whatever that becomes. If that program becomes established, you know, we can recognize that and help structure that and maybe structure the timeline. So I suspect that would be helpful in that regard. So thank you.
I also, speaking of timelines, I thought the addition of stage 0 was the recommendation to add a stage 0 was an interesting one. And I wondered about your guys thinking about the idea of the data assembly to the extent is it feasible? I expect some places it's going to be helpful and some places the answer might be, we don't have a lot of data here, but just curious what Kim or Steve or Tom, what your thoughts are about building that in going forward, an attempt to kind of assemble the data in advance.
Yeah, Chair Reeves, there are many, I think, attempts to identify the analyses that are appropriate, assemble data, or explore how that might happen that are resulting as lessons from this process and from the 100-year water vision and also just from the IWRS. So for example, we have reflected on these data needs and some of the proposed POPs that are in one of the other staff reports are direct lessons from, these are the analyses that where the planning groups asked the state agencies, hey, could we have this? And we didn't have it ready. And so it'd be great to have resources or to develop a tool that would be able to provide that data. Another example is in the 2023 legislative session, DEQ was given some money to do some scoping for a water data platform to investigate, okay, how could we pull water data from across many agencies together and make it more accessible to folks who are doing planning or other efforts where having data would be helpful. So we've started on some of those fronts. And yeah, I think we're going to keep going down, and then part will be resource dependent and part data dependent because, you know, if you don't have the data to begin with, it's hard to collect and analyze. But that might be where efforts like House Bill 2018 and the groundwater studies, you know, can help round out some of those data gaps.
Good to have a working feedback loop. So that's great. Let's see, do any other commissioners have questions or comments? We do have a request for public comment from Harmony Burright, a veteran of place-based planning. Harmony, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon. I think I can say it's afternoon. Chair Reeves and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Harmony Burright, and I'm here as myself today, not representing anyone. And as a former planning coordinator for the Water Resources Department. And I just wanted to share some thoughts and perspectives kind of on the heels of this evaluation. First, I want to commend the Upper Grand Ronde for their presentation and for state recognition and just applaud their efforts. It was a lot. They did a lot to stand before you yesterday, and I was very impressed with their presentation. I want to commend Rebecca and her team for a very thorough evaluation of the program. I'm still reading through all of the details, but even reading through the executive summary, I'm so glad that this is captured for people who are working to design the future of water planning for Oregon. And so thank you, Rebecca, for all of your hard work. I know as planning was, it was also very difficult in trying to capture its complexities. And express gratitude to all of the many people who have worked on this program over the years. as well as gratitude to the Commission for your continued interest and support of place-based planning. There's a graphic that I showed at one of the learning partnership meetings that showed like the journey to doing anything great. And in the middle of that journey is a pit of despair, and a bridge across it that comes from, you know, the support and optimism of leaders such as yourself who help, you know, people in the trenches kind of move through the pit of despair and onto something great. I want to say, like, you know, I'm going to ask myself and answer a couple questions. Do I think this was a valuable use of my time? Absolutely 100%. Do I think this was a valuable use of public resources? Absolutely 100%. Would I do this again in the future? Absolutely 100%. Would I do it the exact same way? Absolutely not. There's a lot of room for improvement in this program, but one thing I did want to touch on in my comments, because the evaluation, it is very critical. There's a lot of work to do, and there is a lot of work that has been done to improve upon the foundations that were laid. What isn't in the evaluation are all of the invisible outcomes and successes that came through the process. And I just want to outline some of those for you today. I'm more familiar with the Harney and the Mid-Coast. Those are the groups that I supported. So my apologies to the Upper Grand Round and Lower John Day for not being able to represent all of the many successes and outcomes that you had along the way. I would just urge people as they start to review these plans to not judge their success solely by what is in the contents of the plan. It only tells a small portion of the story. In the Harney Basin, there have been multiple consensus decisions. They've reached agreement on really, really big things. Funding for a survey of domestic well users to understand across their community what challenges people are facing with their domestic water supplies. An application for a groundwater conservation reserve enhancement program to start to relieve some of the pressure on the groundwater system. Funding for wells as a stopgap measure until things are stabilized to help the most vulnerable in that community, you know, either dig deeper wells or repair the wells that they have. What you wouldn't see is the coordination with the DEQ to help make sure that they had successful outreach for the groundwater quality study, all the work and hours on the ground, connecting them to local leaders and stakeholders, landowners, and then integrating the results of those findings into the place-based planning effort. You wouldn't see all of the hours spent on placement of eddy covariance stations and working with federal partners to place aggregate stations in the Harney Basin to fill key data gaps. And then all of the work on behalf of staff and partners to fundraise to get the data needed to update groundwater budget estimates for that community and to modernize how we even think about and capture the water that is moving out of a basin. For the Mid-Coast, what you wouldn't see is the formation of the Mid-Coast Water Conservation Consortium, which is municipalities and water districts working together to implement conservation practices and pool their resources. You wouldn't see all of the work that was done in response to the 2018 drought to be better coordinated on the ground to prepare for future droughts. You also wouldn't see the study that we helped to initiate with OSU to improve and develop a model for supply and demand projections and actually incorporate economic models into a hydrologic model to begin to look at kind of price points and how that might be a tool to reduce demand in the region. You wouldn't see all of the work that we did in building partnerships with funders and all the money that was attracted to this program as a result of all of the outreach that was done by staff and people on the ground, bringing in money from NRCS, from Oregon Community Foundation, Meyer Memorial Trust, Ford Family Foundation. What you wouldn't see is the ground truthing of the department's data sets, all the corrections made to the water rights information system, the ground truthing of the water availability reporting system and making sure that it reflects on the ground realities. You also wouldn't see all the new and improved tools that were developed or the way that staff within the department are starting to think about, like, how do we use this for planning purposes? and the development of the Water Planning Explorer, which brings together disparate data sets from many different agencies into an accessible tool for communities. You wouldn't see it, just like the journey of bringing these 4 communities together and how they first thought that they might be in competition with each other over scarce resources, and now see that they need to be each other's greatest support network, and the partnership that they've built amongst themselves. You wouldn't see all the process improvements within the department, creating a coordinated response to technical assistance. You also wouldn't see the humanity of this process. The people who are part of this process, we lived life together. We spent so much time together, and sorry, I'm gonna cry here. Babies were born and babies were held. People moved away and retired. We lost some of our greatest champions in these communities, Marianne Boza in the Mid-Coast and Diane Rappaport in Harney. And these are the things that you won't see in an evaluation, because it has to keep that big picture view. But I hope that these are things that you don't forget, and I hope that these are the things that you look for and that you continue to find. And I hope that when things go, quote unquote, back to normal, you can get out in these communities, hear from people firsthand, meet them and the people that they love, see the places that they love, share food with them. And I would close by saying, one recommendation that I would have to the commission is to do a deep dive on how communities request and receive technical assistance, really get a better understanding of the department's journey around that, where they started and where they are now. Kim's team has done some analysis around that. It's more than could be contained in an evaluation. It requires kind of its own evaluation in many respects, but there's a lot there in terms of what the department can be doing to prepare for future planning. And also how you partner with communities in the data collection. There's a real opportunity there for trust building, and I would urge you to seize that opportunity. And I think here's all of my scattered notes. I think I got through them all. So I'd be happy to take any questions, and thank you so much for letting me rattle on and on and on.
Harmony, thank you. That I liked that kind of bringing this experience to life a little bit for those of us who weren't physically present for the whole, for what all you and Steve in particular and Kim were. Do commissioners have any questions, comments on this agenda item? I see a heart. Well, Rebecca, thank you so much. And Kim and Steve as well. That was a really useful report. And I'm expecting it will also be useful to the state-supported regional water planning group as an evaluation of the kinds of things they're looking at, as well as to us. So we also have, we're now going to move into agenda item L, which is public comment, and we have 3 people waiting to make comment. First, I have, we'll ask Claire Clock to join us.
Good afternoon, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. I'm Claire Clock from Corbett, Oregon, a lifelong farmer conservation educator, and for the last 24 years, conservation with SWCD. I initially wanted to make a comment about how the commission uses the Zoom format rather than streaming for engaging the public. It's really nice to see the names of the people that are here and the names of, and know the people that aren't. And it helps me to engage other conservationists to pass on information that that the commission might have that's important. But as always, there's always a comment of the things that are covered. Yesterday's presentation by Justin Iverson about the proposed changes in how the Water Resource Department and state looks at groundwater. It's takes a long time, and I've been looking at these types of problems for the last 40 years. We've known that it's happened. In one instance, the groundwater monitoring is the same as the water quality monitoring. It was stuck by agricultural groups that didn't want the monitoring, that eliminated funding or just blocked funding and all of that type of stuff. And now we see data, and we see a demand for data in your place-based planning, and also for making the decisions. As I've always said, it takes a business knowing what their inventory is to be able to properly manage it. And the Water Resources Department hasn't had that data. So that's a really important thing that I was thinking about. It's also in the last 30 years, 30 years, and especially since I participated in the 2012 Integrated Water Strategy planning, the department has always used, like I shouldn't say always, but has used the fact that we have our hands tied by statutes and rules to not alleviate problems and address problems. That's changing. That's what was encouraging by Justin's presentation yesterday. And lastly, I just have to say how much respect I have for you in dealing with things like the conversion of hydro water rights. That was absolutely boggling, mind-boggling, and you do that on a regular basis. So thank you for that, and look forward to hearing how the Water Resources Department progresses with the new staffing and maybe a change in attitude on a statewide basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with us. We appreciate it. Our next person making comment is Marianne Cooper from the Oregon Farm Bureau.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. My name is Marianne Cooper, and I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation. And I don't have obviously a particular agenda item to comment on, and why I'm in public comment. I just wanted to take a minute and talk a little bit, well, one, about the scale and scope of drought that we're going to be facing this year within Oregon's agriculture community and for communities across the state. I just completed a tour of Southern Oregon and went through Jackson, Klamath, and Lake counties, and areas that would historically be inundated with water are bone dry. We have producers that don't know where they're going to get enough water to water livestock, let alone to grow hay. And some had already downsized their herds by 40% last year and don't know how they're going to get through this year. Our farmers are facing really, really, really hard times. Despite that, I think there's an enthusiasm for all of them about being proactive partners in the work of the department and trying to build a more resilient water future. And I guess what I kind of wanted to say, and I'll probably say it a little too bluntly, is I've seen in the media and elsewhere a lot of demonization of agricultural water users, a lot of, well, you know, and I've heard it from the last speaker, the agriculture community blocked this or didn't support that. We want to be partners in building a more resilient water future, but we do care about the details. We do care about how it happens. We do care about how it impacts, you know, current and you know, how it impacts water rights management and water rights around the state. And we need to be engaged as partners. And I think that with the last 2 years and kind of the remote nature of our work, it's prevented you all from getting out on the ground. It's prevented the department from getting out on the ground as much as they have, and it's prevented the kind of stakeholder-wide conversation that we used to get sitting across the table from each other. I'm excited at the prospect that that might all be coming back as we kind of move toward living with COVID and our new normal. But what I would say is just know that we want to be partners, and we've had a lot of instances in the last few years of just supporting a lot of investment in data and data management. We supported House Bill 2018 that I know you all talked about earlier, and the work that is going on to better assess both our ground and surface water needs and future across the state. But we also need to be engaged as partners in what the next step looks like, and how planning looks. And I know it's really hard for the department with the breadth of stakeholders they have. And I think new stakeholders popping up, being interested every day. I think the interest in water is really important, but I think we have to find a way to get everyone at a table, make sure all perspectives are heard, and make some decisions that actually move forward toward securing a better water future, while respecting that we have our 96% of our farms and ranches in our state are family owned. And they're having a lot of trouble right now. Their input costs have nearly doubled in the last year. And we have I have one of my board members that decided to pack up and leave the state this week because he's just worried about water future, worried about cost inputs, worried about whether the state is really supporting having farmers like him in the state. And so we have to find a way after the last 2 years of being so distanced from each other to come back together and really roll up our sleeves and solve these problems, and know that farmers and ranchers are ready, but how it happens matters, what the outcomes are matter. And we really do have to make sure that while we're working to protect our community water supplies, our fish and wildlife, we also recognize and protect the value of our farms and ranches. So I appreciate the time and thank you for the opportunity to comment, and hope to see you all in person out on a water tour or something soon.
Thank you, Marianne, and for making the time, spending the time coming to speak with us. And I think we are all in agreement that we're looking forward to being able to do some of our work together in person. So here to that. Thank you so much. And then our last commenter is April Snell from the Oregon Water Resources Congress. Hi, April.
Hi. For the record, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress, representing irrigation districts and similar ag water suppliers around the state. Chair Reeves, members of the commission, Director Byler, staff, and folks watching virtually. Just want to say a few general comments as well as a few specific comments in light of the conversations you guys have had over the past 2 days. So first off, I do want to thank and appreciate all of the commissioners for your service. Some of you are newer into your service than others, but I do appreciate each and every one of you and the contributions and perspectives you provide, not only at the meetings that we've just watched, but also ongoing. And I know that I am not alone in that, echoing what Ms. Cooper said about looking forward to seeing you in person. I do think that that is a very essential aspect of our ability as a state to come to balanced, reasonable conclusions and work through these very complex issues. And just because you don't see me doesn't mean that I'm not watching. We do watch on YouTube and other things like that. So as you guys have heard from the last 2 days, there are a variety of complex water issues facing not only this agency, but the state as a whole. You heard from Marianne on the exceptional drought conditions that we're already seeing in this state. And I will say, just in echoing those comments, I am extremely concerned about what we'll be facing, not only the agricultural water suppliers that I represent in their efforts to steward water to farmers and ranchers, but also the wildlife habitat that often depends upon that same wise stewardship of water, the communities in which we all reside, and the drinking water supplies that are all essential to us, the business and industries that also need that water, the recreational opportunities. All of these things are imperiled by conditions that are completely out of our control. And that is something that I think is going to necessitate additional conversations, difficult discussions, but also a need to rethink how we handle years like the one that we're facing, and recognizing that we need to have a short, midterm, and long-term approach to drought planning and mitigation. As some of you have heard from me before, and Commissioner Quimps and Commissioner Smitherman were part of the short-term emergency drought task force that resulted from, I think, the 2015 drought. And then we had a really good wet year, I think, in 2017, and many of those recommendations still sit on the paper. So I think it's something that we, as our association looks ahead, as you guys are looking ahead to the 2023 session, what sort of things can we do in that environment? But I think there's going to be a need for some additional tools in the toolbox, looking at as much flexibility as we can within existing rule and statute, but also mustering up as many resources as we can with every agency that touches water and every stakeholder that touches water, because we're all ultimately in this together. And the food that we all enjoy as well is dependent upon the farmers and ranchers who are struggling mightily to continue day by day. So I try to be positive about things, but this year is really pushing the limits of that. So specifically, I also wanted to mention that while many of the areas of the state are indeed in exceptional drought, and we would like them to be known for their exceptional ways, not their exceptional water conditions, Deschutes, Rogue Basin, and Klamath Basin in particular are extremely hard hit. And I think as these conditions progress, there's going to be a need for additional conversations. I am very concerned about the current approach to the Klamath emergency drought permits, and think that there needs to be some additional conversations and not such a severe short notice on approaching that issue. And I would urge there to be such discussions with the various stakeholders that are involved in that basin. And I would offer myself up as part of that. I am very concerned about not only that basin, but other basins that have faced extreme water shortages in the past, and how their ability to maintain as a community through this crisis. And they're going to need every bit of help we can get. The other aspect that I want to mention, just in totally switching gears, is that I won't speak to the hydro rules that have been postponed in regards to the public comments that have already been provided. But I will note, as a member of that RAC, I do really appreciate Commissioner Moll's comments and the commission's decision to have additional conversations. As someone who's been involved in that issue over the years and its different delays, I think it's confusing for those of us that have been a part of the RAC. And in light of the recent legal decision, there's a need for some additional conversations there. But I also want to commend the commission for your ability, and Director Byler for your ability to find that additional flexibility to make sure that you as a commission feel comfortable with what you're moving forward with. So I have two more items in kind of my hodgepodge of things here. One is as we look forward and hoping that we can get past this extreme water year and hope for better times. Regardless, with every challenge comes an opportunity, and there's an opportunity to educate folks about the complexity of water and how we all have a shared role in being a part of reasonable common sense solutions. And as other commissioners have remarked, we will have a new governor next year, and regardless of who that governor is, there will be opportunities to engage that person on water priorities and help further invest in this agency and others that touch water. We're also going to have, I would estimate, at least 50% turnover in legislators between these two full sessions due to retirements and various other decisions. That also is a huge challenge, but also an opportunity. And as someone who lives and breathes water issues, I'm committed to making sure that as a stakeholder, we can show that the investment that's been made in the Water Resources Department's budget in this last session is one that's been worthwhile, while also recognizing that, as you heard today, even with that influx of resources, the very management of managing all those hires and all of the priorities that were embedded within the last legislative sessions, that some of which have more clarity than others, we'll say. I think that makes it very difficult for the Water Resources Department and their leadership to balance all of those competing demands in a way that results in the additional efficiency and solutions and results that all of us want. And so, as other folks have said in other venues, I myself am urging myself to have patience as we work through these different things and know that it can't just all of a sudden happen at once. But as we look to the next legislative session, there will be various interests who introduce legislation. And while our association has not determined what our legislative agenda will be for the next session, one of our key issues is always to make sure that the Water Resources Department has the resources to implement its core mission and provide essential services to our members and others. And so we will be there to support that. And we will also likely have some ideas in how we can improve some things along the way. Lastly, I want to mention as part of that, we have the regional planning work group that is moving forward. I'm a member of that work group, which, as you guys are aware, will be meeting monthly over the next year. That is one of those sundry of items that Director Byler and his staff have shared with you that has some direction to it, but not necessarily a clear outcome or charge of what the group is supposed to do. Speaking for myself as an individual, I am hopeful that that effort will lead to shared ideas amongst the folks who are part of that group that can result in legislative concepts and funding requests moving forward that help support the projects like you heard from the place-based planning report, not necessarily that program, because I think we need to be open-minded and recognize that, as we all know, each region of the state is very unique and has its own special characteristics and needs. And as we've heard, each community is in a different place when it comes to what they need as far as planning, feasibility, and implementation. How can the state best support those efforts and provide the information and resources that are needed to help communities around the state better meet their water needs? My hope would be that this will also help communities like the ones that this year are facing extreme droughts to at least have the ability to have open dialogue about those needs and not be set in a position where they're fighting one another. And that is something in circling around that I'm extremely concerned about. And thankfully, we're Oregon, we're not other places in the country, but it is something where the divisions that we're seeing nationally are here in this state. And we have an opportunity, as all of us who care so deeply about water, to pick and try and elevate those things that bring us together rather than the things that bring us asunder. So I know I was all over the place there, but that's what happens when you get me for general comment. I very much look forward to seeing folks in person as we are safely able to do so, hopefully in the near future. But regardless, I'm committed to continuing to engage with you and other water stakeholders and really hope that we can get through this year and start working on those opportunities instead of so many challenges. So again, thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you, April. We're always happy to hear from you in no matter which direction you would head off in. April was our last person who requested public comments. Do we have anything for the good of the order before we adjourn? Looks like not. Hopefully see you in person in June. Fingers crossed. And take care. Bye all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.